Good morning. Welcome into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. It's a great morning for anyone in New York. I'm sure there are plenty of people that have yet to go to bed over in New York, celebrating all night as the Knicks win their first NBA championship in 53 years last night with a win over the San Antonio Spurs. I'm Kate Constable. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Chris Mack today. PJ, Knicks are NBA champs. I know you're not necessarily a Knicks fan, but how's that sound?
Yeah, it sounds weird, Kate. I'm like many. I don't know if I thought I'd ever see it. The Knicks win a championship in a long time. It was cool. I got a lot of other family and friends that live in the city. So definitely happy for them that they were able to experience this. And happy for anybody, Kate, that is a Knicks, Mets, and Jets fan, because that is a rough life. So the fact that you get to see one of your teams win a championship, if you're under the age of 40, this is the first one you get to experience with those three teams. So pretty cool for those people.
Yeah, it might be a little bit longer before the Mets and Jets get on top of New York. But for the Knicks, defeat the Spurs 94-90 in Game 5, a gentleman's sweep. Again, first championship in 53 years. First New York title of any sports team since the Giants in 2012. So, yeah, PJ, it's been a long time coming. Happy for Mama Glasser getting her hometown team winning a title. And Jalen Brunson, you mentioned him. You can't talk about this team, this title run without Jalen Brunson. And you think back to how the Knicks acquired Jalen Brunson in free agency, that contract. Everyone's saying that he can't be the number one on that team. He's too small. He's not quick enough. Well, Jalen Brunson just proved absolutely everyone wrong. 45 points in Game 5. There's only a couple other players that have done that before. Michael Jordan, Giannis, Bob Pettit, and now Jalen Brunson. 10 40-point games in his postseason career, averaging 32.5 points per game in the finals, PJ. Like, when you put in perspective the performance that we've seen from Jalen Brunson, like, is there anything that we can really compare it to in previous title runs, even in the last couple of years with SGA, anyone else?
He's the king of New York, Kate, and I don't really know if you can compare it to, again, Giannis had a great performance in that finals against Milwaukee when Dirk and Dallas won it. He had an unbelievable performance, and they had to go through some all-time teams to win that title. But there haven't been many that have stood out like Brunson, and I just think it's a culmination of everything. It's the fact that when he was signed by New York, it's not like he was viewed as we all look at kind of what just happened with Myles Garrett and the Rams, right? It's not like one of those. It's like, okay, Brunson's a solid player for Dallas. He's going to another team. The Knicks are trying to find something to spark their franchise. And then, one of the top 10 players in the league falls into their lap. He changes their team overnight. Charles Barkley, multiple times, he said it again last night on the broadcast. He feels like it's the greatest free agent signing in NBA history, because even though you've had other great players in the offseason that have signed with other teams, like, this wasn't expected with Brunson, I mean, like, he probably never expected this. Certainly Knicks fans, the organization, never thought he would turn into this kind of player for them. And what he's done the last few years, how good of a closer he's become, and then in a closeout game when they needed it most, because, Kate, their offense was brutal for much of this game. They scored 13 points in the first quarter. They were down double digits just about most of the first half. He, I believe, scored 16 of their 33 or 35 first half points. So without Brunson, this game could have been really ugly in the first half. He kind of kept them afloat. And then, as the Knicks have really done this entire series, they just got it to the fourth quarter. And I don't know if there's ever really been a series that has been more of like a poster child for the saying of youth versus experience, right? We talk about it all these times on these kind of shows when we get in a playoff series and you have a young team like San Antonio who's so talented, but they haven't been through playoff wars against a team like the Knicks who have been through a bunch of these the last few years. And you just saw how much experience matters on the biggest stage when games are close in the fourth quarter. San Antonio, they led for 100 more minutes than the Knicks in this series, but they only won one of the 5 games, and the Knicks found a way to win and make the most of those fourth quarter minutes. So the Spurs got to be kicking themselves because certainly they could have won like any game in this series. It was that tight. But the Knicks with Brunson and all those other guys just found a way to win it at the end.
Yeah, we're going to dive deeper into this Spurs team and what their path back to the finals looks like throughout the show here today. We'll also have plenty of sound from last night's NBA championship game from the Knicks and Jalen Brunson. He was speechless after the game. Also going to talk to Joe Lorenzi of The Athletic, NBA writer there, just to get another perspective of what this championship really means to New York, but plenty of other topics that we'll get into today. Team USA for the World Cup. We'll talk to Stephen Goff. He covers soccer for Yahoo Sports. Devin Jackson's going to join us a little bit later in the show. He's the sports editor for the Philadelphia Inquirer. We'll touch on some NFL news too. So we'll get a good dose of everything over the next 5 hours here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. PJ, just talking about Jalen Brunson. I mean, you're right. I don't think anyone expected him to be at this level. And he even said, he was talking to the Inside the NBA guys after the game with his dad. And I mean, Rick Brunson and Jalen both said, yeah, we didn't really expect this. We knew it was possible because of the work that he put in. And I love the video that's been going around of Jalen Brunson outside as a kid. I don't know, maybe he's 10, 11, 12, shooting hoops and practicing. His dad putting him through drills, but like the work ethic that Brunson talks about all the time and just the belief because of the work he put in. I feel like that kind of encapsulates the New York mentality too. So if there's any one player that really embodies what it means to be a Knick, it's Jalen Brunson. And so it's very fitting that he's the one that led this team to its first title in 53 years. He's the one hosting the MVP trophy because after, like, let's be real, after game 4, everyone was looking at OG Anunoby as the MVP. And had he had a monster game in game 5, maybe the race for MVP, finals MVP would have been a little tighter, but Jalen Brunson, 45 points. The rest of the team, 49 points. There's no way anyone is looking to give that MVP trophy to anyone else.
I think the finals MVP, Kate, kind of encapsulates what the Knicks were this season, where after the first 2 games in San Antonio, remember, everybody thought it was going to be Karl Anthony Towns with how great he was. His defense on Wemby, the offense. I remember those markets, like Brunson was still the favorite, but Towns was right there. And people thought Cat had a great shot at winning MVP. Then the Spurs win game 3. Wemby all of a sudden moves back up. And then you mentioned it after that game 4, the game that OG had, the tip in to win it for him. We go into game 5 thinking if OG has another one of these crazy games, maybe he wins it. But at the end of the day, it was the captain. It was their leader. It was their closer that brought him to the finish line. And it just, that's kind of the Knicks, where it's multiple guys. But when you need a winning play, the guy that's going to bring you home to the finish line, it's Jalen Brunson. So I kind of think it was cool how in this series, the way that the MVP market went, all these guys had their moments in specific games, but Brunson is that constant guy that they can lean on. And he was massive for them. I mean, if he doesn't play like he did last night, we're going back to New York for a game 6, and then all the pressure is on the Knicks to win that game because you do not want to go back to San Antonio for a game 7. But he just had that look in his eye last night. He came out in attack mode where he was hunting his shot. He was scoring because the big story of this series has been the Spurs fast starts and the Knicks slow starts. And we saw that again last night. But again, even with the Knicks starting slow, like if Brunson doesn't play the way that he did in the first half, Spurs could be up 25 points again at halftime.
What was with, I mean, this was, if you had bet the Spurs in the first quarter, the entire series, you would have made a lot of money, PJ. Like over and over and over again. They're getting out to double-digit leads early on. And I mean, credit to San Antonio for that, but also like, what was with the Knicks starting so slow in every one of these games and just digging themselves a hole and having to climb back? And yet they did it time and time again. But if you're New York, how do you allow that to happen? 5 games in a row where you find yourselves in a double-digit hole early on in this game. Like, that was mind-boggling to me. And clearly it ended up not mattering at all. But, I mean, and on the flip side, San Antonio then, I mean, blowing those leads, that's whole nother story. But I just did not understand this Knicks team coming out as flat as they did in every game.
It's crazy because, like you said, maybe one or two games, like okay, but all 5 games of this series for the Spurs to get out to double-digit leads was kind of crazy. I really don't know what to attribute it to. I guess the Spurs played 3 home games, so they're in front of their home crowds. They get that extra boost, and then maybe in New York, the Knicks are just so overamped that they play worse than they should to open the games. I really don't know what it is. Brunson said last night, all the games would start at 8:30, but they would start at 9 o'clock, and that's really how it ended up going. But not how you start, it's how you finish. And the Spurs, you just wonder if they almost exerted too much energy early on in those games. It's like a horse race where you get that horse that gets out to the lead and he doesn't have enough to finish the race. And you get the other one who's just kind of jogging along and then has that closing speed to come and catch him. That's how this series kind of played out. But yeah, looking back in hindsight, Kate, like, this series was just so easy to bet. You take Spurs in the first quarter, you lay the points, and then you wait till I bet the Knicks on the money line. And I'm sure a couple people did that maybe after the first couple games, but holy smokes, could you have made a killing if you just ended up doing those 2 things in this series?
I mean, even with I last night I bet the Knicks to come back and cover the first half. I got a 14.5. I should have bet them. Well, they didn't win the first half, but came back to at least be within single digits, and that happened every time. So you're right. It was like this: the Spurs team came out on fire. The energy was so high, and then it was almost like they had to stop and catch their breath a little bit. And every time Wemby was out of the game, that's when the Knicks did a lot of their damage. Anytime Wemby had to sit, and with those 2 fouls early in yesterday's game, he did sit towards the end of the first half. And that's when the Knicks just attack, because if your 7-6 players out of the game, guess what? The paint's a little bit more open. And so unfortunately for the Spurs and Wemby getting in somewhat of foul trouble, I thought Mitch Johnson still should have played him. I mean, this is a potential, the end of the season, potential season-ending game, and he's only got 2 fouls in the first half. You get 6, and granted, like during a regular season game, you probably sit a player with 2 fouls, save him for the second half, but without Wemby in the game, the Knicks were just dominating, and that's essentially what pulled them back into that game in the first half.
And that, I thought, was such an underrated key when the Spurs played the Thunder in the Western Conference Final, was when Wemby went to the bench, it felt like the Spurs were really able to withstand those minutes when Kornet was out there. Whereas in this series against the Knicks, like you said, when he went to the bench, it just felt like if you were a Spurs fan, you were just watching that clock, like, when is Wemby coming back in? Like, can we just survive these 3, 4, 5 minutes when he's on the bench? I think that's one of the few things that San Antonio's got to look at in the offseason. Certainly this whole De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper situation, and we can get into that later on in the show because we can all see, I mean, Harper's 20 years old. Him and Castle are the future for San Antonio. Those guys are going to be really good for the next decade. But you paid Fox all this money. You thought he would be your number 2 guy along with Wemby. And even though he's a good player, I think we can all tell, like, Dylan Harper's clearly better, and he probably should have played more in this series. And then the other thing, Kate, that they're going to have to look at is Kornet going to be the backup big man moving forward for Wemby. Because even just bringing in a guy, I mean, look at the role that Mitchell Robinson plays for the Knicks. Like, he doesn't score. He's a terrible free throw shooter, but he's an unbelievable defender. He's a great rebounder. And he gives you those solid minutes, even though he's not the guy lighting up the stat sheet. Kornet was good for them in the regular season, and I thought for the most part in the playoffs he was pretty solid. But again, like, the goal is to win a championship, and if he's not giving you key minutes and if he's not helping you withstand those minutes when Wemby's on the bench when it matters most, then that's certainly something that San Antonio has to look at moving forward.
Well, speaking of Mitchell Robinson, the offensive rebound off the missed free throw, I think it was a Bridges missed free throw late in the game with a couple seconds, less than a minute left maybe. Yep. I mean, Mitchell Robinson got that free throw. He kicked it back out. Anunoby gets fouled, and they go back to the free throw line to put the game, put the Knicks up 4. So are you getting that type of big time moment from Luke Kornet? You're right, a question that the Spurs are going to have to answer. And yes, we will get into the Dylan Harper, De'Aaron Fox conversation, because I think there were a lot of moments in that game yesterday that De'Aaron Fox once again showed that maybe he isn't the future, the number 2 guy going forward for the Spurs. Unfortunately for San Antonio, his massive extension hasn't even kicked in yet. That kicks in next season. But they'll have a lot of question marks going forward. Obviously, Victor Wembanyama, not one of them in terms of him being, the face of the franchise going forward. But the rest of the players, some question marks regarding that. PJ, if you are Jalen Brunson, sure, I'll let you be Jalen Brunson for a second. Are you you're the king of New York right now? When you look at all the other previous kings of New York, Eli Manning, Derek Jeter, where does Jalen Brunson stack up with some of those that have won titles in the city?
He's up there because in New York, you have a great contingency of Mets fans and Yankees fans. You have a great representation of Jets fans and Giants fans. Hockey is beloved when you get to playoff time. There are a good amount of Islanders and Rangers fans, but it's the only arena that's in the city, Madison Square Garden. And the Knicks are beloved by everybody. That's the team that everybody joins in and that they love, right? It's a lot like the Chicago Bears for you, Kate, your neck of the woods. You got the Cubs, you got the White Sox. Everybody loves the Bears. Everybody loves the Bulls, and they galvanize around those teams. So it's the same thing with the Knicks, where you have 2 baseball, you have 2 football, you have 2 hockey, and you got the Brooklyn Nets, but we all know it's really New York, the New York Knicks. So what he was able to do, the fact that so many Knicks fans and New Yorkers probably thought they'd never see this, first title in 53 years. The Yankees had their run, and Jeter was certainly up there, and Messier had his moments in the late 90s. And Eli Manning, like you said, it's recency bias, but Brunson's up there. He took a $100 million pay cut, Kate, because he wanted to bring other guys in to help him on this roster. I think he's going to end up getting that money back because he's never going to have to pay for anything ever again in the city. Anywhere he goes, he's going to be taken care of, never has to spend another dime in New York. So he's definitely up there. There's a conversation about, is he the greatest Knick of all time? You got, Clyde Frazier up there and Willis Reed and Patrick Ewing. This championship holds a lot of weight. He's certainly in the conversation. I think he's top 2 or top 3. And amongst Kings of New York, he's definitely up there as well.
Yeah, the $100 million that he left on the table, that is certainly going to come back to him, not only with not having to pay for anything, but also you have to imagine more so endorsements, commercials, things like that.
Definitely.
He's making that money back. And I think that might have been kind of in the long-term plan for him of knowing, if I win a title, if I'm able to bring other players along and we're going to win a title, I'm going to see that money again at some point. Bold of him at the time to give that up, because that is a lot of money. And I don't think there's too many people or players in the world in any sport that would give up that type of money for the opportunity to win, better their team to win a championship. But yeah, Jalen Brunson, certainly a king of New York right now. Any reservation, any place he wants to go, he's getting the red carpet rolled out for him. We're going to continue talking Knicks NBA title on the other side, but we'll question the Spurs. What does it look like going forward for Victor Wembanyama and San Antonio and the collapse that we saw from them in this finals? More coming up on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
The Hurricanes are 1 game away from lifting Lord Stanley's Cup and claiming.
talented. I don't know anybody if anybody knew he was this talented, probably besides himself. You know, he was upset with playing time and different roles that he was in, but when we needed him most, he stepped up, and we have a star in the making.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Devin Vassell talking about the rookie Dylan Harper, who led the Spurs in scoring last night in Game 5. 25 points, 31 minutes. He was 10 of 19 from the field, 2 of 4 from 3. He had himself an absolutely incredible series, played well above what you'd expect from any sort of rookie in its first NBA Finals. And that kind of sparks the conversation of, should he have played more over De'Aaron Fox, and the play that we saw from De'Aaron Fox throughout the series, the multiple mistakes, the Game 4 mental blunder, if you want to call it that, with the layup at the end instead of dribbling the clock out a little bit more and trying to take some time off and go to the free throw line, get fouled, those types of things. And so to sit there and hear Devin Vassell talk about the rookie after the game, and that he was upset with some of his playing time. I mean, hey, he still played almost 30 minutes a game, but he was coming off the bench. PJ, I'm under the impression, or my opinion is that he should have been in that starting lineup. I mean, there was definitely a case to be made where you could have swapped he and Fox in that Game 5. I mean, granted, it also comes down to who's playing at the end of the game, and that's important. But Dylan Harper, absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, I don't think there's anyone that watched this finals that said he's not going to be a massive player in this league for years to come.
No doubt. I mean, only 20 years old. Kid, I remember when he was at Rutgers his freshman year with Ace Bailey, and they played in an early season tournament, the Players Era out in Vegas. And they played Alabama, who's my team, and I was watching them. And we could not stop him at all. I remember one of the sideline reporters just went to Nate Oates, and Nate was like, we can't guard him. I've thrown 5 guys at him, and we can't stay in front of him. And there was a lot of talk going into that draft of who would be the higher guy, and a lot of people had Bailey projected as the higher guy. And I'm watching that season in Rutgers earlier, and I'm like, I kind of think this Harper kid's better. I kind of think he's one of the best players. He dealt with injuries. And, you know, there was a question of who was going to go number 2 in the draft this past year, but clearly San Antonio made the right choice. He's awesome. I think it hurt him as well a little bit too, Kate, because, you know, he's a New Jersey guy. I mean, this is the team that he grew up watching. All his friends are fans of, you know, playing in the Garden. Like, what a dream that must have been for him. Rookie year, playing in the NBA Finals, going up against the Knicks. You're playing well. You feel like you should be out there. You're making an impact on the series. And that's why Mitch Johnson, these are the decisions that he has to make as head coach. This is what he gets paid to do, is do you ride with the guy who's looked better, who's a rookie, or do you ride with the guy you're paying all this money to, the veteran, who you thought would be the guy helping you more in these spots? And he clearly went with Fox. If he goes with Harper more, do they end up winning the series? Probably not, but they likely would have had a better chance of maybe winning another game, forcing this to 6, maybe a potential 7. But yeah, I mean, Harper's clearly part of the future plans. I would not expect this moving forward. I think this was just kind of a one-off, a one-year thing, another summer of getting better, improving his game. Yeah, the sky's the limit. I mean, he's going to be a superstar. But they have to decide what they're going to do with De'Aaron Fox. Does he kind of see the writing on the wall and realize that amongst those guards, he's now the 3rd best one, if you include Castle in there? When coming into the year, a lot of people certainly thought he'd be leading that group. So Fox has to do some soul searching. He's got to talk with the front office of what they kind of do. He's probably going to have to slide into the Harper role for next season. But, I mean, clearly moving forward, like, Harper is the guy. I think it's just frustrating because he kind of already showed that he was, Kate. You know, I mean, he probably should have gotten the minutes that Fox was getting. And if he did, again, I'm not saying the Spurs would have won the series, but I think there's a good chance that they probably would have won another game, maybe even 2 more.
I mean, even if he helps them just win one more game early on in that series, the momentum shift, the mental shift that gives the Spurs of not being in a hole like that could have been enough to help them at least take this series a little bit further. Charles Barkley, you also heard him say at halftime on Inside the NBA that, Mitch Johnson needs to bench De'Aaron Fox and play Dylan Harper. So there are other people that kind of echo that same sentiment. And my question, though, for De'Aaron Fox is, like, are the Spurs going to be able to trade him? Could they, if they wanted to, with that contract kicking in next season? And then with the way he played, like, is he going to be someone that they would be able to move on from? Because you're right. It should be Dylan Harper taken over that Fox role. And with the guards that they have on this team, like, De'Aaron Fox probably is for now further down the list in those guards. But with what, and we as in media members, fans, general public, that's not a NBA front office member, an NBA scout, things like that. We watch the game a little bit different than they do. So maybe, the front office people that are in the game day in and day out see this situation a little bit different than we do. But I mean, if the Spurs want to move on from Fox in any sort of manner, I feel like that's going to be a little bit difficult to do.
Probably will be. I mean, he's 28 years old. Kate, honestly, if you're De'Aaron Fox, though, I mean, you were in Sacramento to start out your career. You made the playoffs once. You didn't have much success. Now you go to the Spurs. You clearly have a generational talent. As long as they stay healthy, we all think that they're going to be a factor in the Western Conference for years to come. They're going to win multiple championships. Again, it's this thing of, like, do you want to be the guy and go elsewhere, or do you want to take a little bit of a back seat, contribute maybe off the bench and win a title? And that's what it comes down to. Again, the Spurs, because he has that contract, are going to have to they can make that decision for him and trade him and find a trade partner. But I think, they'll also kind of see where Fox is at and what he wants to do moving forward. But like you said, I don't really think they can kind of trade him at this point, because it's not like any young and up-and-coming team is really going to take a chance with De'Aaron Fox like the Spurs did when they got Wemby and then kind of brought in Fox to be that guy to go along with them. I just can't really see another team doing that. So I think he's going to end up taking a backseat role. And because he's made his money and because the Spurs are going to be really good, I kind of think he's going to end up being okay with it. But yeah, the Spurs they're going to be really good. They need like one more other guy. I mean, Harper, Castle, and Wemby is a really strong three. They can kind of bring in one more, or if Fox can get back to his Sacramento King days, then all of a sudden they're going to even be more dangerous. But I think Fox is going to end up, taking the backseat role and kind of flip-flop with what Harper was doing this season.
I mean, yeah, you good point. He's got his money. Potential championship coming up down the road with this the roster that the Spurs team has. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, we haven't talked about the 7-6 elephant in the room here with Victor Wembanyama and his performance throughout this finals. He had some awesome moments. He had some moments that he did look like a very young player. And let's hear from Wemby on what he said after the game and kind of what went wrong for the Spurs in terms of why they weren't able to capitalize on some of these opportunities.
I learned one of many things I learned is the margin of error is very, very thin. Our domination stints are absolute. We absolutely dominated for most of the series, but our errors, our mistakes are punished so hard that we can't have ups and downs like this so much, The ups are okay, the downs, it's the reason we lost.
He's exactly right. He may be young, but he's smart. He thinks through all of this, and he's spot on there. I mean, they did dominate a lot of this series, and with the margins of victory in these games for New York, like it was very thin, but the margin for error, that is much bigger. And we saw that in game 2 Wemby throwing the ball off Castle's back, the turnover, and then the foul on Jalen Brunson. That cost him the game there. Wemby missed 2 free throws down the stretch in game 4. That cost him somewhat. I mean, there were... you blow a 29-point lead. There are other moments there that cost him that game, but certainly those 2 free throws were huge. Wemby missed a free throw last night, late in the game. So there were a lot of moments, and not just from Victor Wembanyama. Again, the decision by De'Aaron Fox to go for the layup, he got blocked by OG. I mean, Castle struggling yesterday. So it was those small moments that were few and far between for the Spurs throughout the series, but they ended up having the massive impact that they did in allowing the Knicks back into these games, allowing the Knicks to win these games.
Kate, you know what's so funny is this entire postseason, I never bought into the Spurs because it was their first playoff run as a group together. And time again in sports, like teams just never win a finals in their first run, right? Like they always got to lose, and then they learn from that, and then they come back, and then they end up winning a title. And you look at their path, and I thought when they went up against Minnesota, that could be a tricky series with the Wolves going to back-to-back conference finals. They passed that test. Then they go up against the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder, and I'm thinking, okay, if these teams play this series next year, 2 years from now, I might like the Spurs. But this year, in their first run against the champs, I just don't think they're going to do it. And that game 7, I mean, all the big shots that they hit, all the answers that they had, that's when I'm finally like, you know what? This team's an anomaly. I'm done doubting them. Even though they're young, they're clearly made for the moment. And then here we go, watching this NBA Finals series. And it's like, as soon as I buy in, they turned into the young team that I thought they would be this entire postseason. But like you said, it was the mistakes. And, you know, a Knicks team that just capitalized down the stretch. They executed. They made the big plays. And even like in game 4, when Josh Hart misses that layup to put him up, you know, like a young team like the Spurs might have dwelled on that. It might have affected them. The Knicks just pick up Josh Hart. They say it's all right. And then Wemby misses the free throws. They come back. OG gets the tip in to win them the game. So, yeah, Wemby did miss some big free throws in this series. There's no doubt about it. Games 4, game 5 yesterday, he missed some big ones. But he's such a special talent. The Spurs will learn from this. And he was right. I mean, they were the better team for a lot of this series. It just came down to those crunch time moments in the fourth quarter where the Knicks they crushed them. And those are where games are won in the NBA, when there's a fine margin, when you have 2 really good teams. That's usually what it comes down to. And that was really the difference in the series, Kate. And again, if these 2 teams play 2 years from now, the Spurs probably beat them because they'll have the experience, they'll learn, they'll know how to win those kind of games. But this year, they had to learn, and they definitely are going to learn from this.
They led for 72% of the finals over New York. Like that right there just shows you the youth and immaturity and inexperience when you lead for over 70% of a series and still aren't able to pull it out and win. But you're right. Like going back to the conference finals, they didn't look young at all against OKC in those 2 closeout games. Like they looked like a well-oiled machine. They looked like a team that had been there before. And you also, I mean, Victor Wembanyama, yes, he hasn't been in a finals or, I mean, postseason, NBA postseason, but he's played in some big games. I mean, you go back to the Olympics, like he was the leader of that Olympic team there. I mean, I know they had Rudy and a couple other, I think Nick Batum, was he was on that France team, like some veteran players there, but like it was centered around Victor Wembanyama. So he's played in some big games. I guess just none bigger than what he faced in this series. It also goes back to the way they celebrated PJ after winning the Western Conference Finals. And Wemby even said, I think we did that coming off the high of the finals. We didn't turn the page quick enough or we didn't recover from that celebration where that almost felt like that was their finals. That was their championship. And they didn't quite mentally refocus for what was actually the finals going up against New York.
It's so true. Sometimes, you know, we all felt like going into the playoffs and when those 2 teams were playing for the Western Conference Finals, we all felt like whoever won that series was going to win the NBA championship. And it felt like the Spurs felt the same way by their reactions in Game 7. They thought once they got through Oklahoma City, that was it, and they were going to win the title. And I'm a firm believer in that, Kate. Like, when you are so when you have tunnel vision for one team, when you're so focused on getting past one team and you finally do it and you slay the dragon, sometimes it's tough getting up for the other team. Especially when the Knicks have been, they've been dominating. They have all this momentum. They're on cruise control. They've had certainly a relatively easy path compared to what the Spurs did. And San Antonio just was not able to flip the page like you were saying and like Wemby was saying.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Spurs. Wemby even said, this is a kid's dream to get to this point. Well, the dream is to finish the job. That was Jalen Brunson's dream, was to finish the job, which is why he wouldn't talk about it at all prior to last night after the game. Who could be the team that gets back to the finals next season? Is it the New York Knicks? Is it the San Antonio Spurs, like we all think Wemby has a chance to do? We're going to look at future odds for the 2027 NBA season coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
remaining. Fox to Wemby. Wemby tries a three, puts it up, off the mark. Anunoby the rebound. It's over. It's over. Knicks fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
There were plenty of tears throughout the city of New York last night. Happy tears as the Knicks win their first NBA title in 53 years with a 94-90 win over the Spurs. That sound that you heard, credit of ESPN. Jalen Brunson shed a couple tears. He was emotional after that final buzzer went off, and he's finally able to breathe and relax and know that he's hosting the Larry O'Brien Trophy in just mere moments. We talked about the Knicks and what this means for them, the Spurs, what this means for them going forward. PJ, we got to look at the odds for next season. I mean, it's never too early, right, to look ahead to next year. Early. We're not even 24 hours away from the Knicks winning, and we're already on to the 2026-27 season. And very interesting to see that over at BetMGM, the Spurs, well, let's back up. The Knicks, this year's NBA champs, they are not favored to win the title next year. They are 7-1, third shortest odds. They're not even favored to win the conference next year. The Celtics are ahead of them on the odds board. They're plus 225, Knicks plus 250. And it always seems like whoever wins the title, the odds come out and they are, if not the favorites to win the entire thing, at least the favorite to win their conference or their division, whatever it is. And that's not the case for this New York team.
It's pretty wild to see. Kate, I had never looked at it until we pulled it up before we getting ready to talk about this segment. And as I'm going to the BetMGM page, I'm thinking I wonder what they're going to price the Knicks next year and how they're going to view the Spurs. I thought the Spurs and the Knicks were both going to be the favorites to win their respective conferences because the Knicks beat Boston a couple years ago. The run that they went on this postseason, all those guys coming back, kind of the uncertainty with the Celtics moving into next season and Jaylen Brown once again is in the middle of all these trade rumors. There's some uncertainty there. And again, this was supposed to be the year for OKC to definitely get past the Spurs. I understand they were dealing with injuries. J-Dub was hurt. AJ Mitchell was hurt. But if the Spurs can beat the Thunder in year one, I think moving forward, you got to feel good about the Spurs in that matchup against OKC, unless the Thunder are able to do some things in the draft or free agency to maybe better their roster against San Antonio. But Kate, it might be the first time in forever where I look at the offseason in one of the sports and I disagree with both of the conferences team who's favored. I think the Knicks should be favored. I think the Spurs should be favored. So right off the bat, I think you have some good value there. That immediately sticks out. The other thing that sticks out, Giannis. I mean, he's the dark cloud that hangs over all of this because we know whatever team he ends up going to, the odds are going to change dramatically, especially if it's an Eastern Conference team. if he goes to Cleveland, if he goes to Boston, if he goes to Miami, I mean, the odds are going to adjust. So that's what kind of jumps out to me. The fact that the Knicks and the Spurs both aren't favored to win their conferences. And then, like, if you already want to bet this stuff, do you take a shot with one of these teams that you think is going to end up being the team that trades for Giannis? And if you guess right, I mean, you're going to get a really good price on one of these teams.
Yeah, whoever gets Giannis, if he is on the move, which it's looking like he is, I think that team shoots up to the top of the odds board. Unless it's a team that isn't a contender, but why would Giannis go to a team that isn't a contender right now? Like, he's not looking to leave Milwaukee to go to, a startup type of team. He's going to a contender. So that right there, yeah, it would alter things drastically. And then going back to the Thunder Spurs conversation is Chet Holmgren was exposed a little bit against Wemby. I don't think he can stop Wemby, where Karl-Anthony Towns, players that are a little bit more physical against Victor Wembanyama, they're the ones that have the opportunity to slow him down a little bit. Chet Holmgren could not stop Wemby. He couldn't slow him down at all. And if that's who's going to be defending Wemby, if they meet in conference finals again, like, the Spurs have the upper hand just in that matchup alone. And that's ultimately what allowed them to, one of the things that allowed them to get past the Thunder in that game or in that series. So I don't know if I see that necessarily changing going forward, as long as the personnel with Holmgren defending Wembanyama is happening. So I think those two should be flip-flopped. The other one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry there, PJ.
No, I was just going to say, Kate, real quick. And then the team that I would kind of monitor in the East that I think is interesting is Indiana. They're 35-1 to win the title, and they're 10-1 to win the East. If the Knicks are the team that you're trying to go through, who has been the team that has given them the most issues the last few years? It's been the Pacers, when Halliburton has been healthy. And their speed, their offense, they're the kind of matchup that gives the Knicks problems. And because they were hurt, they were one of the worst teams in the NBA. I feel like people have kind of forgotten about that. So if you were to take a stab with one of these teams in the East, I think the Pacers are pretty intriguing.
Yeah, with Halliburton back next season, they're going to be significantly better than they were this year. Wizards also a team that could surprise some people. Do they win the title? Maybe not. We'll talk a little bit more about that as the show goes on. We'll also continue just to hammer home this Knicks championship. But we do have a pretty big event going on. So when the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's game match in which the U.S. is playing and apply your Goal Rush token. You'll then win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in that match. Bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after that match. We'll turn our attention to the gridiron. This Texas Tech and Brendan Sorsby saga continues on. We'll talk about that next here. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here with you.
kick off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports for the next 4 hours. We just spent a little time talking about the New York Knicks, NBA champions, a 94-90 win in Game 5 over the San Antonio Spurs, the Knicks' first title since 1973, the first one for any New York sports team since the 2012 Giants. So the city of New York absolutely on fire right now, not literally, but figuratively speaking, at least I hope so. A lot to celebrate for Knicks fans right now. PJ, we left off the last segment talking about who could win the title next season, because it's never too early to look towards future odds. And one team, we started throwing out some longer shots, Pacers being one of those with Tyrese Halliburton coming back. Pacers are 100-1 to win the Eastern Conference next year. Eastern Conference alone, further down the board, 350-1 to win the NBA title next year. But we were talking in a break, you had another team that kind of had your eye on, as at least from a value play standpoint, could be someone that is worth putting a few dollars on.
So, Kate, this is tough because I'm a homer, with the Wizards. I mean, that's my team, and I get it. They've been so bad for so long. We're going to do a draft later on in the show, which I can't wait for, where the four of us are going to pick the big four sports teams that we think we're never going to see win a championship in our lifetime. Wizards certainly could be towards the top of that list. I just think for the value that you're getting them for next season right now, 66-1 to win the East, 150-1 to win the championship. I don't think I'd go to that market, but maybe the Eastern Conference. Look, it's 66-1. A lot has to go right, but there's a lot of potential and there's a lot of what ifs where if Trae Young returns to all-star form, if Anthony Davis ends up playing and is healthy, and if Tabansa or Peterson, whoever they get at 1, ends up being a star, like I don't think it's crazy that they could be like a 4 seed in the East next year. And I mean, with the way that the East played out this year, and it doesn't look like there are many great teams heading into next season, I don't think it's insane that maybe the Wizards could get to like the semis, the Eastern Conference semis, and then maybe you have a chance to do some hedging or something like that. Because again, the Knicks, we both think should be the favorite. Boston, I just like, they won their championship, but more often than not, they just disappoint year after year in the postseason. They shoot way too many threes. They're way too high variance. I'm good on them. The Pacers, as we talked about before we went to break, I think are interesting because they have shown to be the toughest team for the Knicks to deal with. So I think Indiana's interesting with Halliburton coming back. Philadelphia, I think, is also intriguing at 18-1 because Maxi's awesome. Obviously, Embiid's Embiid, but when he's playing, he's great. And Edgecombe was really good as a rookie this year, and he's only going to get better. And Paul George is kind of like the Mikal Bridges for the Knicks, where you invested so much in him. But if he can turn out to be really good, that 3-and-D player for you, he can actually be a valuable piece. Like he can be that third or fourth piece for Philly. So the East is intriguing, Kate. And I feel like it has been for the past few years. But like Indiana, Philadelphia, the Wizards, those are kind of the things that I think are pretty interesting.
The Wizards are, this is the brightest the lights have been on the Wizards for a while with everything that they've gone through. I mean, getting the first overall pick this year, that means the tanking worked, or at least, got them in the mix for all of that. So the Wizards going forward, depending on who they draft, and yeah, there's plenty of talent at the top of this draft that it kind of doesn't matter who they draft, but they're going to be someone that's going to be in the mix. We talk about the East this season, that the East was down. Like I said multiple times that whoever wins the title is going to be coming out of the West. There's no way anyone in the East. The East had a down year, blah, 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 blah. Like that was the narrative. Clearly that wasn't the case with the Knicks winning. But we may see something similar to that next year, or at least that kind of same sentiment I think we'll be feeling just because of the Nuggets, the Thunder, the Spurs in the West. So the Wizards, certainly a team that with the roster they have could surprise some people.
They could. The West, I think, is interesting too. Certainly the Thunder and the Spurs are head and shoulders above everybody else. But again, if Giannis goes to maybe another one of those Western Conference contenders, could he put them over the top? The Lakers could be interesting, Kate, with Luka coming back. LeBron, again, does he have one more year? Does he have 2 more years? But he's still playing at a high level. Reeves is good. They have some good pieces there. Marcus Smart was a great addition. I think the Lakers are interesting with Luka. Minnesota is always a team that's tough in the postseason. They were just kind of dealing with injuries in that Spurs series. And the Nuggets are so fascinating. We thought after they won that first title, they were going to kind of be the next dynasty because Jokic was the best player in the world. Murray was healthy. And we thought they were going to kind of rule the NBA. That just hasn't happened. They made some really good moves, we all thought, this last postseason or this last offseason to help them. And now, you just wonder, like, is the Nuggets window kind of close? I mean, Jokic is still playing at such a high level, but do they maybe go for it? Do they push their chips in the middle to try and get Jokic in Denver another ring? I think that's going to be interesting to watch in the West.
We are working on getting a diehard Knicks fan on the phone here right now. Our very own Nick Costos of You Better You Bet. We're going to try and call him. I think he's ready. Nick, do we have you here?
Oh, you've got me. Great to be on with you guys. Beautiful day in New York City. Great day to be a New Yorker. And for one of the first times in my life, I can say great day to be a fan of the New York Knicks. How's it going?
We're great, Nick. Thanks so much for jumping on with us. Again, Nick Costos of You Better You Bet here on Westwood One Sports. Nick, I mean, watching that game, the final buzzer go off, what was it like where you were? What were you feeling? Just give us as a true New York fan, a New Yorker, what does it feel like to have won a title?
Well, a couple different emotions, right? The first one is it's a little hope. But I think, I always say that, like, my show and what you guys do, it's by huge sports fans for huge sports fans, right? So, like, the audience, we all love sports. So in a moment like that, I am going to be a little sentimental. Like my dad and grandfather passed away in the last 10, 15 years. And I grew up watching the Knicks with them. And all the heartbreak in the 90s and the heartbreak in the early 2000s. And, I couldn't help but think about my family. And, my sister who lives on Long Island in New York, so I didn't watch the game with her. But I'm thinking about, like, the losses along the way in those closing moments that when Wembanyama misses the 3. And, Charles Smith in 93 in Game 5 against the Bulls, unable to make a shot. And the Knicks were the 1 seed that year in 93. The Bulls were the 2 seed. The Knicks won the first 2 and then lost the next 4 and lost Game 5 at the Garden, and how brutal that was. And losing Game 6 and Game 7 to Houston in 94. The Ewing finger roll against Indiana in 95, which, like, I sobbed after that game. The suspensions against the Miami Heat, losing to Reggie, losing to Vince Carter and the Raptors, all the scandals off the court, all the failed trades, all the bad draft picks, even the losses on this run to Halliburton and Jimmy Butler in Miami. It's like none of it really matters because they won. So you kind of feel like that exorcism in the moment of all the bad that's happened in the past and how winning washes all of that away. And then this is probably going to surprise you guys to hear, and I consider myself to be a really blessed sports fan. I'm very lucky. I completed last night the Nick Costos Grand Slam. I've seen all my teams win championships, all of them. And it's almost like in a spot like this, it's, I'm still going to root for my teams, obviously, but it's almost like, where do you go from here? Like, that was the last mountain to summit, was the Knicks winning a championship. I didn't know if I'd ever see it. I've seen the Yankees win 5. I've been alive for every Giants Super Bowl. I've seen them win 3. I saw the Rangers win in 94. I saw the Knicks win last night. So as crazy as it sounds, slightly bittersweet, if that makes sense, only because, like, this was it, and they did it, and it's the greatest thing ever. And now it's just, as a sports fan, kind of where do you go from here? So long answer to a short question. I hope I gave you some good stuff there.
You certainly did. Nick, I want to know what the moment was when you knew during this postseason run. Like when you knew that like this team was capable of this, when you thought they were going to do it. Because they're down 2-1 to Atlanta. They're playing that game 4. But every team that wins a championship, there's kind of that game or there's that moment where it just shifts and you look at them differently, that they're capable of doing something like this. Was it the game 6 against the Hawks? Was it one of the games against Philly? Was it the comeback against Cleveland? What was maybe the specific game or moment that you point to where it flipped for you when you knew that the Knicks were capable of doing this?
Yeah, PJ. So I was lucky enough to be in attendance for Game 1 against the Cavs, which was the 22-point fourth quarter comeback. I would say not even so much that game as much as Game 2 against Cleveland, when the Knicks just blew them out. And in that moment, I'm watching, I'm thinking like I don't think they're going to lose again this series. I don't think they're going to lose at all. And then they ended up sweeping. So I really think it was that game. I think it was Game 2 of the Cavs series in the Eastern Conference Final. Because look, like sweeping the Sixers is great, but Embiid's not healthy for some of the series, and it felt like Philly was running on fumes a little bit after the Celtics win. Not that I didn't think the Knicks were awesome at that point, but it was really like after the comeback and then annihilating the Cavs in Game 2 was when I said, and I think I even put it on social media, and I said it on You Better You Bet, that the Knicks are not just the best Knicks team of my lifetime, and I truly believe this. I think they're an all-time great team, period, like in sports. 16-3 in the postseason. They lost by like a combined, 6 points in the 3 games that they lost. Best point differential ever in a postseason for an NBA Finals winner. 13 straight postseason wins on this run to the championship. And I know everyone wants to discredit them because people hate New York, and I get it. But they want to discredit the Knicks and say, well, who did they beat? Well, they beat everybody by 100. And then they beat the team that beat Oklahoma City on the road in Game 7 of the Western Conference Final. So it's like, if you're going to be a hater, which is fine, you can be a hater, just admit that you're a hater. Like, admit that you are incapable of being objective about this team. I think they're an all-time team, and PJ, I really started to feel it after they won Game 2 against the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Final.
Nick Costos, host of You Better You Bet here on Westwood One Sports, joining us. Nick, you said that this is the best Knicks team that you've watched in your lifetime. There have been a lot of really great Knicks players. Where does Jalen Brunson, after 45 points last night, Finals MVP, where does he rank in your Mount Rushmore, rather, of Knicks players?
He's number one. Like in my life now, look, like I'm 43. So I wasn't alive when the Knicks won in the 70s. So I think like an older Knicks fan, I think there's probably a really strong case to be made for Walt Clyde Frazier. And I would certainly understand someone making that case. But if we're just doing my lifetime and like the lifetime of a tortured Knicks fan who had never seen his or her team win a championship, like Brunson's number one. Patrick Ewing, most likely. In terms of all the stats that Ewing rolled up, right? Like, it's never going to happen. He's not going to have the longevity to get across the finish line there. But the one thing Pat didn't do, unfortunately, and I grew up championship. And when it came down to it, he got outplayed by Hakeem in the 94 finals. He missed the shot in 95 against Indiana, the finger roll. And who knows if they would have won anyway, but it would have been nice to win that series. Like, Brunson just brought home a championship. Like, he won the title, and he was Michael Jordan in the closeout game. And Kate, I'll criticize myself a little bit. The one thing that I said about the Knicks and their offense on this run, when Thibodeau was the coach and then when Mike Brown took over was, and I always said, like, Brunson's a great player. It's not that he's not a great player, but he's not Kobe Bryant in the sense that I don't want Jalen Brunson hero ball at the ends of these huge games. Like, let's move the ball around. There's other great players on the team. And he really, like, I guess I was one of the doubters, and he told all of us to shove it, right? Because last night, he was the late, great Kobe Bryant. Like, last night, he was Michael Jordan. He got it done. 45 points in a closeout game. This isn't just, to be clear, this is not just all-time Knicks great stuff. This is all-time great stuff, period. To do that in the closeout game, on the road. And think about this, right? He's generously listed as 6'1" or 6'2". He's not 6'2", he's not 6'1". He got the crap kicked out of him this whole series. And these are great defenders on San Antonio with Castle and Harper and obviously maybe the best defensive player we've all seen in Victor Wembanyama lurking behind them. And he got it done in the final couple games of this series and 45 points to win it. In a game where The bench gives you nothing. Karl Anthony Towns gives you nothing. Mikal Bridges was good for like half the game, and he dragged them over the finish line last night. This is legendary type stuff, not just for New York, but in sports, period. And he is unquestionably, indisputably the best Knick of my lifetime.
Nick, you brought it up a little bit with Mike Brown and Tibbs, and I hope that during this run that the Knicks went on, it doesn't get lost, the move that they made. They took a chance when a lot of people thought it was the wrong decision because Tibbs, he changed the culture. He brought the Knicks back to relevancy, but I credit the Knicks for going for it and knowing that they weren't going to win a championship with Tibbs, and they had to make the move. So watching this team like you do, what was the difference? And how much credit do you give them for making that move to go from Tibbs to Mike Brown when a lot of teams and a lot of organizations would not have done that?
Yeah, PJ, I'll take it a step further. I think the Knicks made two really, ruthless moves in this team build. One of them obviously was firing Tom Thibodeau and hiring Mike Brown. The other was trading Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo for Karl Anthony Towns. Knicks fans have a love-hate relationship with Randle. I really liked him. It was kind of him along with Thibodeau that kind of brought them out of the doldrums. And DiVincenzo, remember, a Nova guy, mega fan favorite after that playoff run that they had a couple years ago. And they trade both those guys for Towns. So it was both of those moves, I think, in concert with each other. Two moves that, obviously turned out very well but could have blown up in their faces. And I was one of the people, PJ, and the hindsight's 20/20, but I felt like the Knicks needed – it's not that I knew Mike Brown was the guy. I knew Tom Thibodeau wasn't the guy. I didn't think he was going to be able to get them, past through the glass ceiling. The offense was way too stagnant. He was playing the starters into the – and this is what he's done his whole career, right? Starters into the ground in the regular season, doesn't play the bench enough. So when you watch the Knicks play now – and look, the bench was bad last night, but the bench contributions on this run were unbelievable, right? Would Landry Shamet have ever played if Tom Thibodeau were the coach? Would that have ever happened? The ball movement that this team had, and obviously at the ends of games, Brunson takes over because he's the best player, but the ball movement in these games was incredible. And there were games where Anunoby was the star. There were games where Bridges was the star, where Cat was the star, where there was a game where Josh Hart was the star, where Landry Shamet got it done, and Deuce McBride had some nice games. Mitchell Robinson off the bench. So I really think it's all of these moves in concert with each other lead to a championship. So, you're right to bring up firing Tibbs and hiring Mike Brown. I think it's so much more than that. It's trading all the picks for Bridges. It's trading a first-round pick for Josh Hart. It's signing Jalen Brunson in the first place. It's the trade for Karl Anthony Towns. It's trading R.J. Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly for OG Anunoby. And by the way, Masai Ujiri should have a float on the Knicks parade for that trade. Barrett and Quickly for Anunoby. Can you imagine? So, yeah, it's all just really great, man. It's all great.
Nick, 30 seconds left here. You mentioned the parade. That's Thursday. I don't think there's a time that's been announced yet, but are you taking the day off to attend the parade? Skipping your show?
Well, I'm definitely going to – I can't imagine this now. It's you could really make the case that I shouldn't work now until August because, I think the Stanley Cup final might end tonight also. I like Carolina to win Game 6 against Vegas. So my sincere hope is that I'm not working Thursday. I don't know if I'll go to the parade. I know you recently became a mom. I have a 2-year-old. It might be hang out with my daughter, watch the parade on TV. I'm the oldest 43-year-old man on the planet. I feel like I'm very washed. So don't know if I'll go to the parade, but very, very, very happy one way or another that they were able to get the job done.
Hey, yeah, watching the parade and enjoying that moment with your daughter, that would actually be pretty cool. So whatever you do, Nick, we hope you enjoy it. Thanks so much for taking the time to jump on with us, and congrats on a Knicks championship.
Absolutely. Go Knicks. Go New York. New York forever. New York or nowhere. I'll talk to everybody tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern on You Better You Bet.
That is Nick Costas, host of You Better You Bet, right here on Westwood One Sports. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to turn our attention to the World Cup coming up on the other side. Stephen Goff covers soccer for Yahoo Sports, is going to join us next. This is BetMGM Game Day. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
Mr. Pochettino. Balogun, can he get inside? Still Balogun, Flo Balogun!
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Balogun with the goal as the U.S. defeat Paraguay in their opening game of the World Cup on Fox there. Stephen Goff covers soccer for Yahoo Sports, going to join us here in just 1 second. We're going to have him break down what we saw in that first game. But before we do, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Stephen, appreciate you taking the time to jump on and join us today. Talk a little World Cup. The U.S. defeats Paraguay in their opening game in their group stage. What about this game? Well, let me back up. A 4-1 win, the result with the U.S. winning. Was that more of a result of the U.S. being dominant and winning, or Paraguay not having their best game?
The U.S. was very impressive. I think this exceeded all expectations. This figured to be a very difficult match against Paraguay, which just doesn't allow many goals. Has pedigree in the sport, obviously. Paraguay was not very good, but that was because the U.S. seized the match right from the start. They scored early and put, Paraguay on their back feet. And, the U.S. they were stylish and they were fun and they were loose and they scored some great goals. Even the own goal was the result of, this incredible U.S. pressure. So, yeah, it was mostly because the U.S. was very good.
Steven, this was obviously the first World Cup match with Mauricio Pochettino taking over as the new coach for Berhalter. So what were some things that he really did, that U.S. really did a lot differently than maybe what they've done in some of the big previous tournaments under Berhalter?
Yeah, Berhalter really had the players' attention, and they played to his liking. Pochettino has brought a freshness and a freedom to play and express themselves, and that's important. Definitely a level of confidence that's always been with the U.S. team. There's a work level that's always been with the U.S. team, but the players are different too. Now, many of the players are the same, but 3.5 years later, these are guys with major experience in some of the biggest leagues in Europe. And they played in the World Cup before. The last World Cup, there was only one player who had World Cup experience, and he was a substitute. This time around, half of the roster has World Cup experience. So I think that plays a factor as well.
Did this match and how well the U.S. looked in it change your expectations for how far they can go in the World Cup?
I think with the U.S. team, the kind of the threshold is round of 16. Playing at home, you want to think a little bit bigger, obviously. I think there's a stronger belief that this team has the capacity to get to a quarterfinal, something they haven't done since 2002. I think this strengthens that belief that they could do it. The important thing for them is to finish first in their group. By finishing first, it's advantageous for the knockout rounds. So that's the focus. And if they do finish first, they're pretty well positioned to perhaps make a run. Still, though, they got 2 difficult games left in group stage.
Yeah, they do. And Steven, I don't know how many people were up late watching that Australia match last night, but that was a surprise. What they were able to do, 2-0 over Turkey. And now all of a sudden that U.S.-Australia game is gonna be a fun one. With how both kind of offenses have looked in their first matches, would you expect some fireworks, a higher scoring game? What are your early thoughts on that matchup that we're going to get on Friday?
Yeah, that was definitely a surprise. Turkey went into this tournament as probably the group favorite, a slight group favorite, and that that certainly disappeared. The U.S. is the favorite now. Australia did not have much possession. They weren't a dominant team, but they took advantage of situations, and they came away with a 2-0 win. The U.S. is the better team. They have the better players. So we'll see how it plays out. But really, the onus is on the U.S. to take this match from the start, just as they did against Paraguay.
We're talking to Stephen Goff, covers soccer for Yahoo Sports, and he's covered 14 World Cups. Stephen, what challenges does Australia present that we didn't get from Paraguay in that first game?
I think Australia has a certain skill level in the attack that Paraguay did not display at all. But the way to minimize that is to keep possession and don't let the other team, set the terms. So, I think Australia has a lot of belief. They've been in World Cups before. They gave Argentina a tough match 4 years ago. So, a team that wins its first game in the World Cup is feeling very good about themselves, and I think that's one of the main obstacles for the U.S. facing Australia.
Stephen, who do you think are some of their more under-the-radar players that are going to be key to the success? Because Ballin gets the headlines, the Gio Reyna goal, Pulisic, we're monitoring that injury to see what ends up happening moving forward. But who do you think are some guys that maybe don't get the headlines that you think are really a key part of this team's success if they want to keep playing like they did against Paraguay?
Yeah, if you want to start in the back, Chris Richards, the center back, he's an Alabama native who plays professionally for Crystal Palace in the Premier League. Very important. He overcame an injury to come back, and they need a defensive anchor because there's been questions about the U.S. defense over the past year or two. So very important. Tyler Adams, who's the captain in 2022, he keeps things together. He's a native of New York. He's very, if you watch some of the social media, he's going crazy over the Knicks. So he's a mature player who has the experience of World Cups. He keeps things together, and he's a disruptor when other teams are on the attack. Weston McKennie plays for Juventus professionally overseas. Did everything the other day. He was fantastic. So, the attention goes to Balogun and Pulisic, and those are the guys who are going to produce the goals for the most part. But there's a nice skill level on this side.
Do you have any injury update on Pulisic and whether or not he'll be back for this game against Australia, or at full strength at least for this game against Australia?
Yeah, there's been no updates. Yesterday was just kind of a regeneration session for the team. It's closed to the media. The team's off today. They'll get back to work tomorrow. We expect him to be out there. It seemed like precautionary. With a 3-0 lead at halftime, I think they felt okay with taking him out of the game. It seems minor. We don't know for sure, and we'll learn a lot more later in the week after he's trained a bit and after Pochettino offers some insight.
Stephen, we got 4 more games kicking off today. Netherlands, Japan, certainly the headliner, the game that most people are excited for. Ivory Coast and Ecuador could be interesting. Going through the odds boards, they have the shortest odds to end in a draw of any match. So that game is expected to be pretty tightly played as well. Thoughts that you have on any of the games today, especially that Netherlands and Japan one? I know a bunch of people who think both of those teams definitely could be maybe dark horses in the tournament.
Yeah, there's 2 teams that are so fun to watch. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to see a lot of goals, but the creativity, the ambition, the bravery that you'll see from these teams is typically very impressive. So that's a fun one. Ivory Coast is a team to watch. West African side. First of all, their nickname is the Elephants, so you got to love them just for that. There's a player on Ivory Coast who actually went to prep school in Daytona Beach, Florida, and now he's one of the top players in the German Bundesliga. A guy named Jan Diamande. He's a winger. He's fast, exciting. So Ivory Coast is a fun one to watch as well.
Steven, right now, France and Spain are atop of the odds board to win the World Cup, plus 450. Then you have England and Portugal. They're tied at 7-1. France and Spain, clearly the betting market thinks those are the two to win. Are those your two favorites, one of those two teams to come out on top when this is all said and done?
Yeah, France for me is the clear favorite. Spain is up there. I have a little bit of hesitancy with Spain because their star player, Lamine Yamal, has been battling injuries, so we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's fair. And Argentina's a defending champion. Messi is at the center of things, so I wouldn't count out Argentina. England is a bit of a dark horse. We'll see how that plays out. A big factor in this World Cup is going to be, I think, the heat and the weather and having the effect it has on players and their ability to recover, because it's a different kind of World Cup in this kind of heat and humidity in most cities.
Steven, I see that you've covered 14 World Cups, so you've been all over the world. You've seen all kinds of countries, all kinds of fans. Who do you think has like the most rabid fan base? Like if I had a free ticket to any of these World Cup games to go watch one of these teams, hang out with the fans, maybe tailgate with them, who do you feel like is maybe the most loyal, the most passionate, rabid fan base that we have in the world from your perspective?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say, for pure intensity, I think it's the Argentines. There's just such a rabidness for the sport and for this team at a World Cup. It's pretty intense. If you're just looking to have fun, I'd say the Dutch. The Dutch have a blast. They shipped over an orange double-decker bus, which is kind of their symbol of the fans. And they have, if you go on social media and you look for Dutch fans, it's pretty extraordinary. Every country has their own styles and own characteristics. The Scots are certainly having a blast in Boston. So everywhere you go, you're going to have a good time. There's no greater sports party in the world than a World Cup.
Shipping over a double-decker bus, that's commitment right there.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Steven, appreciate your time. Appreciate all of your insight. Thanks for stopping by. We'll talk to you down the road.
My pleasure, guys. Enjoy.
Thanks, Steven.
That is Steven Goff, covers the soccer for Yahoo Sports. 14 World Cups. Yeah. Fans have been having a lot of fun, PJ, of other countries being in the United States. I don't know if you saw, which I'm sure you did, but the Germans like going to the Waffle House, trying ranch for the first time. People on social media talking about that. That's hilarious stuff right there.
He was right. Like the Scots last night in Boston, Kate, like that just looks like a good time. Like I want to hang out with the Scots in Boston, watching the Bosnia and Herzegovina people take over Toronto when they're playing against Canada is awesome. I mean, he's right. Like it's just, there's nothing like a World Cup with all these fan bases that come to different parts of the world to watch their teams play. It's really cool. That's why I'm really trying to get to a game, Kate, being here in DC, like we have Philly, New York, Boston within driving train distance. I don't care who I see play. I just want to get to some kind of game and just be a part of, the crowd and the energy and watch these fan bases. But he's right. I mean, like seeing an Argentina game, a Netherlands game with like that orange that they have, that would be pretty cool. Brazil would be awesome. Like any of the big countries, to see one of those games would be pretty sweet.
I highly recommend you do, PJ. My husband just went to the U.S. game out in L.A. and he got back last night. He said it was the coolest sporting event that he has ever been at. So if you can make it work, regardless of who you see, it sounds like it would be worth the trip. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll wrap up this conversation on Team USA and their win over Paraguay on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
The U.S. defeated Paraguay 4-1 in their opening game of the World Cup. They now move on to face Australia in their second game of group play. We just talked to Stephen Goff, who covers soccer for Yahoo Sports. And PJ, I mean, I think everyone watching, we didn't necessarily need Stephen to tell us this. He broke it down in a more intricate way that a casual fan like myself probably couldn't articulate. But the U.S. looked pretty dang good in that opening game. I mean, 4-1 win, like that's dominant fashion, but they dominated from start to finish in that game, which I think we all had high expectations for this U.S. team, but maybe not quite as high as what we saw from them in that first game.
It's just impressive because of the pressure that's on them. You watch Mexico play their first game against a South Africa team that's not really good. They only win 2-0. And then you watch Canada and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that game's a 1-1 draw. And like nobody through those first couple days, Kate, had really looked that dominant. And then the U.S. comes out against a Paraguay team that a lot of people were picking to win that match. And the U.S. just from really after the first like 2 or 3 minutes completely took over the game. And it was really fun to see. So what was actually hilarious is I was in Omaha for the College World Series, and we're at a bar watching the game. And, we're all like cheering when they're scoring goals, but not at any point was I like thinking, wow, this is like the greatest half of soccer I've ever watched from like the United States men's. And then you go on Twitter and everybody's talking about how unbelievable they looked. And I'm like, I mean, I guess it was pretty dominant. Like, I mean, they're up 3-0. Like, it was pretty good. It was pretty fun to watch. I guess the big question, Kate, we all have moving forward, was that just Team USA looking really good? Or is that Paraguay just being really bad? I think it is a combination of both. I think you have to give the U.S. credit. Like, again, these are still world-class players they're going up against. Like, it's the World Cup. They looked great. They capitalized on their opportunities. They gave themselves a lot of opportunities. But Paraguay, I mean, I was going through, like, this was a team through qualifying that had one of the best defenses in the world. Like, through qualifying in South America, going up against like Brazil and Argentina and Uruguay and like all these teams, they only gave up like 6 goals the entire time. So what the U.S. was doing, the movement, the passing, and the goal score was giving Paraguay fits. I think it's a little of both. Definitely, we have a lot to be excited about, and our expectations, I think, need to go up a little bit. Nobody expected that. But I think the big test is like we want to see, can they do this against a France? Can they do this against an England, right? That ultimately is what we're still waiting to see. But, I mean, how can you not be excited? How can you not be encouraged? How can you not look forward to their next couple matches to see if that was kind of a one-off, if that was a fluke, or like, can they continue to do this against inferior competition?
That's what I'm interested to see. And can they repeat that performance? Can they continue playing at this high of a level as the tournament goes on? Because they play Australia next, and if they play like they did in that first game, like they should beat Australia. So for those that are going to be watching that game and maybe want to bet on it, BetMGM has the World Game 2 up early payout. So every game, if you place a pregame straight match result bet on any World's Game match, if your team takes a 2-goal lead at any point in the game, your bet pays out as a win. The winnings are yours regardless of the outcome of the game, as long as you opt in and place a pregame straight match result bet on any of those games. I'm a very casual football fan, PJ. Like, I'll watch the World Cup, but I don't know the ins and outs of this team, of all these players and all that. So I'm very high level stuff here for me. One thing that I enjoy about this next match is that Australia's called the Socceroos. That's their nickname.
How good
Socceroos.
is that?
I heard that for the first time this morning watching TV. And I thought, well, these guys just like, that's a great little pun that these anchors came up with. And no, they kept saying it over and over again to the point where I'm like, okay, I guess that's actually what Australia calls themselves, the Socceroos.
Socceroos, so good. I too saw that like when I was watching clips on Twitter this morning. If they weren't playing the U.S., I'd be rooting for them. And all the other matches they play, I wish the Socceroos nothing but the best. It's going to be electric though, Kate, on Friday. Like it's exciting because they had a great crowd in LA for that game. And like you were just saying, your husband was there, right? And he had like said the best sporting event he had ever been to. So, I mean, that was that game. Now that they put together that performance and Seattle is known for being like a great soccer city, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like for that matchup against Australia, who also look good in their opening game. So I think that's what's most exciting too. All these top tier powerhouse countries, Brazil's going to travel, France and Germany and England, all these countries are going to travel and they're going to have great support. But after what the U.S. did and the fact that they're playing on home soil, like it's going to be a great environment for that game, which I think is a lot of fun. And yeah, we'll see what can happen. I mean, we were talking at the break, like from a betting standpoint, and this is the issue is you don't want to go too much off of what happens with one game, but I think you kind of have to like the over a little bit in that matchup with how good the offense looked, the back end looking a little bit shaky, with the Socceroos scoring a couple goals. I think the over might be the play in that game. So certainly we'll be rooting for the U.S. They're minus 165 to win. I don't know if I want to bet that. But I think the over, Kate, especially if they give us a 2.5, that might be the play for me in that game.
I mean, I just told you my soccer knowledge is not great, so I will trust you on that, PJ, and take the over. I mean, that's what makes this the World Cup fun for me is if I throw a couple bucks on a bet and kind of lock into the game that way. So I did bet the U.S. to win that first game, and I'll trust you and take the over here in this second game. Are you? I mean, we're up against a break here, quick, PJ. But like, are you all season, all year round locked into soccer, or are you more just like World Cup? That's when you kind of do your research and dig in.
Yeah, no, I'm casual. I'm just the big tournament. So World Cup I'll watch, the Euros I'll watch, but that's about it. I did go to a couple of Premier League games in London the past few years, and I loved it. Cool. I can understand why. So, like, when you're in person, it's fantastic. But am I one of these people waking up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday to watch? I am not.
No. Yeah, not me either. The fans in San Antonio last night had a fantastic seat, at least if you were a Knicks fan, watching them take home the title. We'll talk more. Knicks winning their first NBA title in 53 years. On the other side, you're listening to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
just like, I'm in awe. I don't know. Whenever someone counters us out, we find a way to come back and do something about it.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Jalen Brunson, your NBA Finals MVP, just speechless after the game with ESPN's Lisa Salters in that interview. Brunson has been nearly perfect in interviews throughout this postseason, really throughout his entire career. He always seems to say the right things, to kind of know what to say and what not to say, in terms of, we're approaching this game as if it's 0-0. We're not looking ahead, one game at a time, all of that stuff. I would have loved to just hear him say, like, let loose a little bit. But in that moment, PJ, I mean, I don't blame him for being speechless. Everything you've worked for your entire career, going back to a little kid, comes to fruition. And I think a lot of players are in those moments left speechless. We finally saw Brunson kind of break down and cry and show some emotion as someone who is very kind of stonewalled typically. So that was kind of fun to see him actually just kind of let it all out afterwards. But Jalen Brunson, absolutely phenomenal in this series and definitely deserving of a Finals MVP after the Knicks 94-90 win in Game 5 in San Antonio to win the title last night over the Spurs.
He was terrific. It's interesting, these these New York athletes that have success, feels like they all kind of have the same demeanor. Like they're all stoic. They never get too high. You look at Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera when the Yankees were on their run, Eli Manning when he won 2 Super Bowls with the Giants, in a city where all these fans are so passionate. And we all see the videos of what they're like after Nick wins, how they're stars. It takes like that kind of person to be the guy in New York to deal with the ups and downs because of the fans and the media and the publicity that you have to deal with. And Jalen is like so calculated, Kate, in these interviews. I'm always impressed with how much time he takes to like think about the question and how he's going to answer it, right? Like he did that a bunch last night with Lisa Salters where she's asking a question and he pauses for like 3, 4, or 5 seconds. Now, obviously, he's got a lot of emotion. He's got a lot going on in his mind, but he's normally like that. He's not one of these guys that's just going to give you like player speak or he's going to be by the book. Like he's really going to tell you how he feels and he's going to think about that. And I just think how authentic he is in his demeanor and the fact that he chose to come to New York and he delivered and he played his best in these biggest spots. It makes him the king. So, well-deserved for Jalen Brunson and the Knicks. And I think now the biggest question, Kate, that these fans have is, are they going to be able to run it back? Because you would think they're not going to change too much to the roster. They're obviously going to roll with those 5 guys again. They got to feel good about their pass through the East. The West could be a little bit tougher in trying to go back-to-back. It felt like a perfect storm this season for New York. But next season is just going to be so interesting, right? Like, do these guys, are they almost playing with house money? Or now is the pressure like, all right, we got this first one and it was great, but how many can we win with this group? Can we get another? Can we get 2 more? So it'll be interesting to watch the Knicks next season.
Well, one thing that I think, with, you just mentioned it, this basically same roster returning and everything, but also it feels like they finally have the coach, right? And that's funny to say after he just won a title. Like, of course they have the coach. But watching them celebrate on the stage immediately after the game and were they singing Who Let the Dogs Out? Was that the song they were singing and barking? Mm-hmm. Yeah, like watching the camaraderie and just the closeness and the fun that they were having in that moment with their head coach. Like that kind of told me a lot that I didn't know because, we're not in the locker rooms. Like you're right. They all go up to the podium and they say the right thing because they've been trained for years just to say the right thing and the PR answer and everything. And so you don't know kind of behind the scenes what the dynamics is between coach and player, and especially in Mike Brown's just first year there. But you got a glimpse of that after the game, and they're all having fun. And again, of course they're having fun. They just won a title. But you don't see that type of the singing, the who let the dogs out, the barking, all of that stuff with every coach that wins and their players. But they seem to really enjoy Mike Brown. So not only, do they have the roster clearly to compete, but it feels like they finally have the coach. And this is after, Nick Costas, when we talked to him earlier, he's like, they go through coach after coach, and, there's been so many trades over the years that have failed. And it finally feels like Mike Brown is the personality, at least for this specific New York group, that could potentially get them back to the mountaintop again. Maybe not. Maybe, if it's not next year, maybe it's in 2 years or just for years to come.
And what a relief it's got to be for him, Kate, if you're Mike Brown. Yeah. All the pressure, taking that job when they fired Tibbs, when it wasn't a popular decision. He had been to the Eastern Conference Finals. And, you might not even feel good about your job security if you make it to the finals. Like, you got to win it. Now that he did, he's good for, the next couple of years until maybe things don't go the way fans want it and he's out the door. But brought up a great point. I credit the Knicks a ton because I love the decision when it happened in real time. As a Ravens fan, I know what it's like when your team wins a bunch of regular season games, they get all these regular season accolades, but they underperform year after year in the postseason. And at a certain point, you have to just make the change. You have to do the unconventional thing. You have to do the thing that's not the safe decision. You got to roll the dice and take the risk. And I loved when the Knicks made that decision because they knew they weren't going to win with Tibbs. They knew that they had a ceiling with him. They weren't never going to win the championship, and they had to go in a different direction. Maybe it wasn't going to work out, but it did, and look what happened. So, the Ravens, the Bills, like these kinds of teams, Kate, I just feel like they held on to their coach too long when they should have made a change, like the Knicks did, like the Warriors did when they got rid of Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr. Like, sometimes you have to do the thing that's not going to be popular. But I truly believe if Tibbs was the coach this year for the Knicks, they do not win the championship. I truly believe that. And making the move to Mike Brown. And as Nick Costos said, as we talked to him earlier, he's right. That trade getting Karl Anthony Towns for Randall and DiVincenzo, surprising one at the time, not a popular one, but both of those moves are massive reasons why they won the championship.
Yeah, see, PJ, this is why I just talk about sports, and I'm not a front office member or a coach or anything, because I thought that was a terrible trade for Karl Anthony Towns, and I thought that they shouldn't have fired Tibbs last year. But here we are, and you're right. They would not have won the title if Tibbs was the coach, because he would not have gone 12 deep in the first quarter of Game 4 trying to figure things out, right? Like, Mike Brown just kept throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what stuck. He would not be playing Landry Shamet as much as Mike Brown did. Jordan Clarkson even getting some minutes off the bench. Alvarado coming in late in the game and playing alongside Brunson for the first time in the playoffs in that Game 4. Like, those are moves that Tom Thibodeau, as good of a coach as he is, just doesn't make. And I think you have to give a lot of credit to Mike Brown, especially in that Game 4 of just trying different things and continuing to try things until you found something that worked. So, just a culmination of a lot of really good decisions over the last couple of years that, many questioned at the time, but and hindsight's 2020. Had they not won, the title or not gone this far, we might be sitting here saying, well, you should have kept Tibbs. Mike Brown wasn't the guy, it's kind of hard to weigh, but he certainly pulled all the right strings to get his team, get New York, the Knicks, those fans a title.
Also, I'm so jealous of Nick Costos when he told us he completed the sports career grand slam.
I was thinking
with the
about
Yankees,
that. I haven't had any
Rangers.
championships.
Really? You haven't had any?
Well, not in the Bears, not in my lifetime. The Timberwolves, they've never been to a finals. I'm a fair weather baseball fan, but back in the day, I grew up kind of a Twins fan, and I guess 91, I was born. I was one. but I don't remember it. So yeah, I haven't had any, PJ.
Wow.
You've at least had a couple.
I had the Ravens, I had the Caps, and then obviously, Bama's won some in football as well. It's different though. I mean, when your college wins, it's awesome. Especially like when you're there and you go to class or you see these guys around campus. But the hometown teams are the one that that hits different. I mean, it's the teams that, you share with like your family and your friends that you grow up with in your city, and you see how it just takes over everything. So those are the best. Again, I got the Wizards and the Orioles to go, Kate. So it's going to be a tough ask getting those two home. I don't know if I'll see one. I'll take just one of those two. I don't know if I'm going to get both, but Kate, that's tough. I hope you got to get one here soon. Who's the one that you want? Is it the Bears? Is that the one you want the most, probably?
No, it would be the Timberwolves for me. I would lose my mind if the Timberwolves won, because that's the team that I grew up going to watch. My dad and I would go to games. We'd have like our father-daughter dates there. And similar to Nick talking about, his dad and grandpa not being here, I lost my dad. And so like that would be the emotional piece of sports of like, if your team wins, when you've had that love for a team with a parent or a friend or a family member or anyone like that. Like, so that would be the Timberwolves winning for me would be just absolutely amazing. Secondary, the Bears. And I think both of those teams, like they're on I'm worried that the Timberwolves have kind of peaked going to the Western Conference Finals the two prior years. And like, I know with Anthony Edwards with Anthony Edwards at the helm, like things are good, but I just worry about them getting to the top, where the Bears, they're climbing right now. Great season last season. Can they repeat that? I think it's going to be a whole lot more difficult this year, but I do love the quarterback coach combo. That gives me faith that maybe we do see a Super Bowl from the Bears sometime soon, but it would have to be the Wolves for me. That if they won, that would be like a lifetime highlight. And I may have to just like throw my entire life savings at a ticket to that game. And certainly they wouldn't be $10,000 get-in price like they were in New York for a Minneapolis based team.
Oh, I mean, look, when Minnesota, whether it's the Wolves, the Twins, the Wild, the Vikings certainly, if any of those teams get through, because, man, that city is cursed. I thought for a long time it was Washington, D.C., and certainly living in the area. I mean, all these teams were terrible for so long. They could never even get to a finals. But now it's for sure Minnesota, Kate. So the Wolves they're close. I mean, they're right there. I think what's brutal for them is they got to deal with the Spurs and the Thunder every year.
Right.
Like that's the hard part. So their best shot is to get like a 1 or a 2 seed. So they only have to play one of those teams instead of both of those, like they would have had it done this year. But yeah, like you said, you got Edwards, who's definitely a 1A player for sure. He's good enough to win a championship with. It's that supporting cast that they got to get hot. But they're there. They're close. They just got to hit on like one of these draft picks, They got to find a guy in like the 20s that ends up being like a star. And maybe this is the draft to do it, because as we all know, I mean, this year's draft is absolutely loaded.
Yeah, it's certainly a deep draft. The Wolves are there. I mean, for most of going to the games growing up, they weren't good at all, like didn't make the playoffs. So, I mean, it's been fun to watch them the last couple of seasons. I mean, if they want to go out and try and find a way to get Giannis, PJ, I wouldn't complain about that. I'm not sure that's going to come to fruition, but Giannis would probably be that one player that might help them really get over the hump. Also, PJ, wanted to bring up and talk about, again, going back to last night's game, the Spurs and not shaking hands after the game. Did that surprise you? Like, Brunson went straight to Mitch Johnson, shook his hand at the scorer's table, and you just saw Wemby, who was kind of over in that vicinity after he just shot that 3 and missed. He just bolted to the locker room. I mean, he's pissed. He's mad. He's sad. All the emotions of losing in a finals. Of course, you don't want to really talk to anyone. You want to just go and be by yourself, probably. But sportsmanship is a thing. And in finals in previous years, like, guys stay on the court and they shake hands. They give each other their flowers, as painful as that might be for the team that loses. We didn't see that. I think Luke Cornett was the only Spurs player to stay out on the floor and shake hands with people yesterday. Did that surprise you?
It did. It did, especially for a team that has found success so quickly. And, I mean, they ended the Blazers season. They ended the Wolves season. They ended Oklahoma City season. And all those teams were gracious and shook their hands and congratulated them. Like the Spurs, this is part of it. Like when you win, it's great. It's easy when you win to be nice, and show sportsmanship. But when you lose and you're on the other end of it, you got to do that as well. And you got to, congratulate the Knicks. Even though you were the better team for a majority of this series, they felt like they probably could have won the finals. They let a lot of these games slip away. You got to congratulate the Knicks. And it was first class by Brunson. First thing that he didn't celebrate with his team. He goes right over to Mitch Johnson and shakes his hand. So yeah, I was surprised by that, especially Wemby as the leader of the team and one of the faces of the NBA, to not at least go over to Brunson or Cat or something like that and to congratulate them. I thought I didn't think that was right. So, again, the Spurs are a young team, but you would hope that those guys were mature enough and played enough games at this point to, at least when you lose, to shake the hands of the other team.
Well, that's what the point that I was going to make is you get taught sportsmanship at the very early level, and whether or not it's even in the NBA or, going up throughout the college ranks, even back to your AAU days, playing EYBL, things like that, like you learn to shake hands at the end of the game. And so I don't think we can go ahead and blame it on this is a young team. They're all 21, 22. That's instilled in players. And for the most, professional sports is a fraternity. So, these players, you might've been teammates with them before. Like, why would you not go up and congratulate them? I know, again, you just lost. It's painful, but that's just kind of like an unwritten rule, is that you shake hands at the end of the game. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander shook Wemby's hand as Wemby's crying in his face because Wemby's so happy that he just beat him in the Western Conference Finals. That type of stuff, that is important in sports. And so I hope the Spurs, see some of the backlash that they're getting on social media about that. And it just kind of reminds them going forward that, hey, maybe this is something that we need to be doing after games, regardless of the outcome.
It's weird, too, kind of this villain arc that Wemby's on a little bit, where he just seems like a great dude. He's young, he's 7'5", but he's got a great smile. His teammates love him. He plays in a small market. And just the way this playoff's going, some of the cheap shots, some of the dirty plays, now how he handled the end of the game yesterday, you're disappointed. Like, you expected more from Wemby. So that'll be interesting to see how that progresses over the next couple of years, because again, the Spurs are going to be really good. And when you get good, people are going to hate you. They're going to want to see you lose. They're going to want reasons to not like you. And already this should be the time when people are kind of rooting for you, when you're this fun, young team. And already he's kind of giving them a reason not to like him. So I'll be interested to see how that goes moving forward.
Disappointed is a good word to use, because I liked Wemby coming into this. I was rooting for the guy. I'm rooting for him to have a good career, and I still am, but he has his likability factor, his likability rank has gone down a little bit in my eyes, is with some of the dirty plays, and then on top of that without shaking hands. So Wemby's going to have some things to think about this summer, coming back for next year. We're going to take a quick break. Devin Jackson, sports editor for the Philadelphia Inquirer, he is going to join us on the other side. We'll turn our attention to the NFL and ask him about the Eagles off season coming up next. Westwood One Sports, BetMGM Game Day. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. We'll be right back.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That was the Eagles-Niners final play, 4th down for the Eagles in the wild card round. That game on Fox. Credit to them for that sound there. We are working on getting Devin Jackson on the phone to talk some NFL. He's the sports editor for the Philadelphia Inquirer. But as we continue working on that, PJ, just some general NFL news going on. I mean, we have a lot right now with the NBA Finals just wrapping up. We have the Stanley Cup Final, Game 6 later tonight. We've got the World Cup going on. I mean, this is a great time for sports, but obviously NFL is king. And I mean, you can talk NFL all year round. So I guess biggest storylines right now is the Myles Garrett trade that just happened. A lot of teams starting mini camp, things like that. The AJ Brown trade. That's what I wanted to talk to Devin Jackson about. Is how is this Eagles team looked different? Just camaraderie, on the field without AJ Brown. What are some of the bigger NFL and also Patrick Mahomes, $500 million contract, PJ. You know what? And as I throw that your way, I'm going to take that back because we do have Devin on the phone right now. So we're going to go straight over to him. Devin Jackson, sports editor for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Devin, thanks for taking the time to join us today. One of the bigger storylines for the Eagles this offseason is the trade of AJ Brown going over to the Patriots. How has this Eagles team kind of adjusted, adapted? I know they probably haven't spent a ton of time together without AJ Brown on the roster, but have you seen or heard things maybe feel a little bit better with AJ Brown gone?
Yeah, I think the speculation in the weeks leading up to the trade and months leading up to the trade, kind of exhausted the team a little bit. And, I think now it's kind of a fresh start. They can they've remade their receiver room this off season. They have Devontae Smith obviously coming back and being the key figure, but trade for Dontavian Wicks, draft Mekhi Lemon. There's some other people they brought on the roster, Hollywood Brown, and they're gonna and they drafted Eli Stowers in the second round. So there's a lot of people, a lot of remade room. Yeah, I think overall, it's going to be different. The comfortability that AJ Brown brings, what he's going to bring production-wise, and then, that changing and that kind of adjusting is going to make the Eagles' offense look different. And maybe it's for the better, maybe it's for the worse, but I think they need both sides need to move on, and AJ Brown gets a fresh start, and so do the Eagles.
Devin, how much pressure do you think Nick Sirianni is under this season? Do you think he has to win a playoff game to feel confident? Does he have to go to the NFC Championship game? Certainly with how the season went last year, with the offense under Patullo, and now trading A.J. Brown. I mean, they got to respond and have a big season. So what type of year do you think they need to have under Sirianni for him to maybe feel comfortable about his job security?
Yeah, I think overall, I think they need to have a really good season. I think that's the expectation every year in Philly to make the playoffs. They made the playoffs every year he's been coached, but it's not good enough to be one and done in the playoffs. So I think win a playoff game or two to feel really good about this season. Obviously you're going to have growing pains with the new offensive coordinator and Sean Mannion, but the core of the defense returns has gotten even better, in my opinion, this offseason. And the expectations are always sky high in Philly, and I think with a large majority outside A.J. Brown returning, obviously that's the big if factor. This team should be a good team again. And, the expectation is going to be to make it a Super Bowl, but I think winning a few playoff games and making a deep playoff run will at least make him feel comfortable. But I do think overall, compared to maybe what it was a few years ago when they were one and done and Nick Sirianni's job was a little bit more in question, I think this year is a little bit more clarity in what he brings. And I think the Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie feel good about Nick Sirianni. Even though they lost A.J. Brown, even though they went and done the playoffs. So I don't think his seat is like supremely hot, but I do think if there's another early playoff disappointment, there certainly will be it'll be reheated a little bit. The seat will be reheated.
Devin, looking at the division, I mean, Jane Daniels will be back on the field for Washington. I mean, the Giants in another year with Jackson Dart and now with Harbaugh at the helm. I mean, the Cowboys, you never quite know what you're going to get from the Cowboys, but I mean, they do have some good pieces on that roster. So just the competitiveness of the NFC East with teams like the Giants and the Commanders, more competitive in the past, I guess last year with Washington, not so much, but previous 2 years, what do you see this division looking like this upcoming year?
Yeah, I mean, Washington, they, got marginally better. They drafted, I think, pretty well, but, there's still big questions about the defense and it being older and could they play a little bit better than it did last year? Can Jane Daniels stay healthy? So I do think Washington probably still has significant question marks. New York, exciting with John Harbaugh coming in.
They really feel like they're getting behind Jackson Dart. What they added on defense, they made their defense even better. So I think overall you're getting a division, and then of course Dallas. It's going to be Dallas, but they got Christian Parker as a defensive coordinator this year. So I think every team has made a little bit more changes, including the Eagles, obviously not having A.J. Brown anymore and a few other players that they lost via free agency. So, yeah, it's going to be a competitive division like it is always, like it is every year, and I think, especially with the Giants getting some new life and whatnot, and the Cowboys, getting a new defensive coordinator, the defensive side of the ball should be even better this year. I think it'll be an interesting watch to see how this division changes. And I think, the Eagles being the first team in 20 years to win back-to-back NFC East titles, it should make it even more intriguing because, you would think they could repeat, but I think it's going to be a little difficult with the changes they made on offense this year.
Yeah, it's going to be a big year for that offense in Philadelphia. So, Devin, the A.J. Brown trade was the one we kind of all knew was probably coming. The Myles Garrett one was not. That was definitely a blockbuster. And the Rams are now the heavy favorites to win the Super Bowl. At this point, are you kind of just in the mindset that the Rams are going to win it because they're the best team, they have so much talent, and they're going to find a way? Or is there another team right now in the NFL currently, if you had to pick a Super Bowl winner, that you would take over LA?
Yeah, I can't count on Seattle. I know they lost some key pieces like Kenneth Walker and a few other people, and Rick Willen obviously is with the Eagles now, but you can't count on Seattle and what they can do in the NFC and the AFC. Patrick Mahomes is getting healthy, and he's going to be back this year. I think that's going to be key for them. The Patriots got A.J. Brown. Maybe they take a step back this upcoming season. Super Bowl losers tend to not do as well the next season, but, they're still going to factor into it. Buffalo is always going to be a factor, adding DJ Moore this offseason. So I think there is certainly going to be a challenge. I mean, Philly I would still throw in there as a potential team. I mean, LA's had some trouble beating Philly the last couple of years, and they play again in a regular season this year, which could be a NFC playoff matchup preview. So there are going to be teams.
We may have just lost Devin. Devin, do we have you? Yeah, I think we lost. Oh, we got you.
There we go.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, I was just kind of saying that, Seahawks still a factor in the division, the Eagles, Chiefs, obviously, the Bills. So I think there's going to be competition in both sides of the NFL, but the Rams should be the favorites head into adding Myles Garrett.
Speaking of the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, $500 million contract. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the other team that is kind of trying to work out a contract with their quarterback, Baker Mayfield. It sounds like the sides are pretty far apart right now. What do you make of that situation? Do you think they'll end up eventually getting a deal done before the start of the season?
I don't think so. I think with Baker Mayfield, the offense just hasn't looked the same, didn't look the same last year. And, how much of it, was on Baker, how much it was the offensive play calling. You lose Mike Evans this offseason. I don't know if you feel super confident about if you're in Tampa Bay situation, especially with Todd Bowles. He returned, but his future isn't solidified. So I think the Buccaneers probably don't get a deal done, or if they do, it'll be a short-term deal or a deal that they can get out of after 1 or 2 seasons. So I think with Tampa, they probably stay away from doing a long-term deal with Baker Mayfield, even though it's probably what he wants, just because of the uncertainty with the coaching staff moving forward. And the roster is kind of a mix of younger players and older players, and I'm not sure they're in that contending mode still. I think they're a borderline playoff team level, but contending, I'm not sure they're there, and I'm not sure that Baker's the quarterback to get them there.
Devin, last year we had 2 surprise teams make it to the Super Bowl. The Patriots and Seahawks were both long shots to get to the big game. who is a team or two maybe this year that coming into the season we may be viewed with New England and Seattle, somebody down the board that you think could potentially make a deep run in the AFC or NFC this year, or maybe even get to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I like what the Saints have done this offseason and what they did down the stretch of last year. They played really well with Tyler Shrug at quarterback, and the defense was much improved. They drafted really well this offseason. Added some veterans. So I think New Orleans is a team to watch. How they finished the end of last season, and their schedule is not super difficult. Because they didn't win a division. So I keep eye on a team like the Saints just because they play in the NFC South. I think that division in general is kind of a little bit in disarray. Atlanta with the quarterback situation, Carolina seeming like they should be good, but I'm not sure what Bryce Young's ceiling is. And then obviously Tampa, we just talked about them. So the Saints are the team I keep on the NFC. And then the AFC, I think I would keep an eye on a team like Jacksonville. Someone that they have playoff success, some continuity returning, and they went one and done in the playoffs. But I think they can take another step forward with the way the AFC South is structured right now. But I keep an eye on Jacksonville because they feel like that team that is potentially emerging and could make some noise this year. So I go with the Saints and Jaguars.
We're talking with Devin Jackson, sports editor for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Devin, I'm going to bring it back to Philadelphia here. Jalen Hurts has had a lot of scrutiny over the last couple of seasons. What does he need to do to kind of quiet that noise this upcoming year?
I think play efficient. Run the offense, whatever it looks like this year, which seems to be incorporating more under center concepts and play action. A little bit more of a modern offense in the NFL. I think just proving that he can run that consistently and be a consistent thrower, in areas that he may have struggled with previously. So I'm not expecting him or needing him to put up gaudy numbers because I think the Eagles are still supremely talented and still have Saquon Barkley and going to lean on that running game still. But I do think with Hurts playing more efficiently, showing that he still can show that mobility with his legs. He hasn't used it as much the last couple of seasons, but this scheme is going to have more design rollouts and getting him on the move. So I think just acclimating to this new style of offense and showing that he's capable of doing it, and obviously this is the last year that he has guaranteed money on his contract. So this is a big year, contractually as well, because he still was going to get paid, quite a bit on the cap hit side, but in terms of guaranteed money, it runs out after this year. So this is a big year for him, to show that, moving forward, he's still a player that's ascending and not plateauing.
Devin, who's the team that maybe a lot of people are high on coming into the year, thinking they could be a contender in the AFC or NFC in the Super Bowl that you're not as quite high on, that you still have some question marks about?
Yeah, I think when I think across the NFL and think about like who did what, the Broncos made it to the AFC Championship game last year. And you think about what had to happen for that to happen. Patrick Mahomes' season-ending injury. Chargers really struggled down the stretch and had offensive line injuries. The Raiders were bad. So that division turned out to not be as good. I'm not expecting the same thing this year. LA got better. They had Mike McDaniel as offensive coordinator. You look at the Chiefs bringing back Patrick Mahomes. Raiders getting new life, even though I'm not expecting them to be, a playoff team. But, Fernando Mendoza and new head coach. So I think the Broncos are the team to watch that, could take a step back this year. Bo Nix obviously was injured in that divisional game. And, obviously it seems to be progressing well, but I want to see more from him and with the offense, because I felt like the defense was carrying that team, especially down the stretch of the season and into the playoffs. And I felt like Bo Nix is kind of closer to plateauing a little bit than being a player that's still on the upward trajectory. So I worry a little bit about the Broncos and, if they can replicate the success they had last year.
He is Devin Jackson, sports editor for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Devin, appreciate all your time and insights. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your summer as you get ready for the upcoming NFL season.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Devin Jackson, you can find him on Twitter at @RealD_Jackson. We're going to take a quick break here, but first, this segment was sponsored by Progressive Insurance. You can save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote over at progressivecommercial.com. On the other side, we're going to Omaha. PJ was just there for a couple days to watch the College World Series. We are going to hear how that went for him and his breakdown of some of these College World Series matchups going forward. That's coming up next here, BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
game on Friday.
He got him, and what a way to end it. 15 strikeouts and a complete game.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
ESPN with that call. Joey Volchko, the pitcher for the Georgia Bulldogs. 15 strikeouts last night, pitched a complete game. Quite the performance from the Georgia Bulldog, having some success there in the College World Series. Also, a lot of success going on the pitch with the World Cup here. And BetMGM has the World's Game Odds Boost token that you can get in on. It's time for the world's top stars to go head-to-head on the pitch. Grab this Odds Boost token. You can join the excitement and make your World's Game moment. Activate your tokens for any World's Game bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. So this is how it works. Your World Game Odds Boost token has already been dropped into your account. You don't even have to opt in. All you have to do is add a World's Game bet up to a specified maximum stake. Add that to your bet slip, then activate your token. If you win your bet with the token activated, you'll score extra innings. So that is on the pitch, but back on the diamond. PJ, you were in Omaha this past weekend or yesterday, past couple of days, enjoying the sights and sounds of the College World Series. That's one event that I have heard is absolutely awesome, and it's kind of not like super high on my bucket list, but like of my list of sporting events that I'd like to go to, I'd like to get there at some point in my life. How was it? How'd you enjoy it?
It was awesome. And I felt the same way, Kate. Not towards like the top, but definitely one of those I would like to cross off. I'd never been to Nebraska before, let alone Omaha. So it was a lot of fun. I can see, like you, I've heard nothing but good things. Everybody that goes enjoy it, even people that don't like baseball. And you can see why, because there are 8 teams out there, and all the alumni and all these fans, they come out, they drink, they party, they hang out, they watch baseball. It's a good time. And Omaha's done a nice job of, the stadium's really nice. They have kind of a fan fest ballpark village area with a bunch of merch tents and outdoor bars and all these sorts of places that you can hang out. They, of course, have Rocco's where you can take the Jell-O shots, which they're famous for. And then they got a couple different restaurants downtown as well with pretty good food. So it was a great time. The prime time games, Kate, like the night games, those are awesome. Like when the sun comes down, the stadium's packed, it's under the lights. That's good stuff. And it's 2 high quality teams playing and good baseball. So I really liked it. I would go back again for sure and watch it. I thought Omaha was a good time also. So I highly recommend anybody that wants to go out to the College World Series. I thought it was a lot of fun.
PJ, I'm looking at the College World Series Jell-O Shot Challenge official Twitter X account, rather. And West Virginia is leading the way. And for those that might be unfamiliar, Rocco's is the bar there with the Jell-O shots like PJ laid out. And each team, you know, they have their count, the fans of those teams. So West Virginia is leading the way with 19,000 Jell-O shots taken. I'm disappointed in you, PJ. Alabama, second to the bottom on this list. Only 1,962. How many of those were from you? I mean, you got to get that Alabama count up.
So there were 1,062. I contributed for about 987 of those. So I was doing the heavy lifting. I was about three or four, Kate. That's all I could do. I was thinking before I got there, like the last time I had some shots at 11 or 11:30 in the morning. It'd probably been a long time. But they give you 3 different options for shots. You can either go fruit punch, white cherry, or it was like blue something. Like blue, yeah, whatever it was. I went fruit punch every time. I don't really like cherry. The blue, I can't remember what it was, but you know, you get blue on your tongue, and I didn't want all that. So
you don't need blue,
the fruit punch,
blue lips.
Exactly. So the fruit punch was my go-to. And yeah, you literally just walk up to one of the bartenders and you tell them what kind of shot you want and what team you want it to go towards. And they have, their machines that they use, and they just tally it for the team. and then they go through maybe like every 6 hours and they update the board on who's doing well in the Jello shot challenge. So it was good. The shots were bigger than I thought. And, I went with Jake Hassan, who's just like a pro. I mean, at this stuff, he gets the whole Jello out of the thing. And I'm stuck with I still got like half of it. I'm like, Jake, how did you squeeze the Jello out of there? I can't get it. So that was a lot of fun.
I feel like Jake, who is a friend of many of ours here on BetMGM Game Day, has it down on exactly how to take Jello shots, and he's had plenty of practice. Real quick, PJ, before we go to break, today's slate, we have Troy and Old Miss, UNC versus West Virginia. Any thoughts or plays on either of those two games? I'm sorry, but I can't help you here because I have not been following college baseball all season.
All good. I'm taking the over in Troy and Ole Miss today at 12.5. That's my favorite play. Troy's offense is really good, like legit. All those guys can hit. They hit for average. They hit for power, but their pitching isn't very good. So I think Ole Miss is going to be able to score off of them today, and I think Troy is also going to be able to score some runs. I see that being like a 9-6, 9-5 kind of game, so I like the over. And then UNC West Virginia is a tough one because both of these teams, I think they've kind of had easy paths up to this point a little bit. I think when they play some of those teams in the SEC on the other side of the bracket, they could get exposed. UNC, they're kind of lucky to get to this point. They've won some games coming from behind. West Virginia, Kate, by far the best crowd representation out there. So they're going to have home field advantage today with a lot of their fans making noise. I'll lean North Carolina. Ultimately, though, I stayed away. No play for me, but I like the Troy Ole Miss over.
Well, yeah, those West Virginia fans going to be loud today for that game because they are leading the Jello Shot Challenge by a long margin. All right, taking a quick break. We got our power rankings. Top 5 sporting events going on right now. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Jay Glasser and Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. Germany taking a big lead over Curacao, 3-1 right now after a penalty kick for Germany. So they are up big, in command of that game right now. Japan and the Netherlands coming up after that game later this afternoon. It's a great time of the year right now, PJ, because we have so much going on. We have finals in both, well, NBA is all wrapped up, but as of, last night, we still had some NBA, NHL, you have the World Cup, you've got the College World Series, and so as we always do on this show, we do power rankings every week. We are going to rank the top 5 sporting events going on right now, or at least going on this week. So I'm going to let you start us off here in just a second, but just a reminder, we do have Joel Lorenzi coming up in about 20 minutes from now. He's an NBA writer for The Athletic, covers the Chicago Bulls, but also is, knows a thing or two about what's going on across the league. So we're going to talk to him about the Knicks championship. We'll talk more about that, about what's next for the Spurs, and then some of the offseason news within the NBA. We've touched a little bit on, Giannis potentially being on the move. So Joel Lorenzi coming up about 20 minutes from now. 40 minutes, we'll talk Stanley Cup Final Game 6 preview. That's tonight. It's been a wild final. These games have absolutely been insanely fun to watch. And then what we also do on this show, we do a draft every Sunday here. So we're going to draft our big 4 pro teams that you will never see win a title in your life. Coming off of the Knicks winning their first title in 53 years. But PJ, right now we're drafting, and it is the draft of the top 5 sporting events going on this week. I will let you have the floor first.
All right, let's start number 5, Kate. I'll go with the College World Series. I was just there in Omaha. It's a great event. Like you said, there's a lot going on this week. I'll be candid, though, when in years past, when I'm not there, if there are other big events going on, the College World Series is not on the big TV. I think it's a great event to go to, and since I've been there, I'm going to tune into it more this year. But it's just, it's like anything. When you're there, it's so much better of experience than it is on TV. Even though these games are great, they're highly entertaining. The deeper that you go, when you kind of weed out some of these teams that have made surprise runs to get to Omaha and you get to really the cream of the crop, that's when it gets really good. So I'll go College World Series at number 5. 4 for me is going to be the Stanley Cup Final. I love the NHL playoffs. I think you could make a case of the Big 4. They have the best postseason. Playoff hockey is unbelievable. And people that go to it in person or watch it in TV can attest to that. I'm just of the mindset, Kate, like with the sport like hockey, I love the earlier rounds. When I turn on and there are 4 postseason games going on in one night, even though this series has been unbelievable, one of the best Stanley Cup finals I've ever seen, I'd still prefer some of the other events that we have had or will have upcoming this week. So I'll go with the Stanley Cup Final at 4. World Cup will be number 3 for me. As we talked about earlier in the show, I really don't watch much soccer. I don't turn into the MLS. I don't turn into the Premier League. I don't watch the Champions League. I don't watch any of these things. But when it comes to the World Cup, you better believe I'm locked in on Germany and Curacao right now. Could I name you 2 players playing in this game? I could not, but I enjoy watching. I love seeing the crowds. I love seeing the emotion of the players, and it's just awesome. So I'll go World Cup at number 3. You guys all know I'm a big golf fan, and I love the U.S. Open, especially when the U.S. Open is at Shinnecock. I think the 3 best U.S. Open venues are Oakmont in Pittsburgh, Shinnecock in Long Island, where it is today, or where it is this week, and then Wingfoot, which is in New York as well, over there in Mamaroneck. Those are the 3 toughest courses, I think, in the country. I think those are the 3 toughest U.S. Open venues. And the U.S. Open is the toughest test in golf. That's what they're known for. That's their DNA. And it's just different when it's at those courses when you know the winning score could be like over par or it's going to be like right around even par. So very excited for the US Open this week. And what a storyline we have with Scottie Scheffler going for the Grand Slam, trying to win the US Open. He's also going to be his 30th birthday on June 21st. It's also going to be Father's Day on June 21st. And it's also my birthday. So I'm looking forward to watching some US Open on my birthday. And then the NBA Finals I'll put at number 1. I do, basketball. College basketball is my favorite sport. I love basketball. This finals was great with the Knicks trying to win the title in 53 years and with Wemby and the Spurs being in it as well. So it had an extra feel to it. All these games were dramatic. You had the Knicks coming back in just about every game. It was exciting with all the celebrities there. So I'll go with the NBA Finals at number 1. So that's my 5. College World Series 5, Stanley Cup Final 4, World Cup 3, US Open 2, and the NBA Finals at 1.
All right, PJ. That's fair. I think that's a pretty solid list. Honestly, our lists are fairly similar. We've got just a swap. Okay. So yeah, just we were gonna flip flop one of these. So I'm gonna go number 5. I'm with you. College World Series. I think if I were there watching it, I would certainly be hammering Jello shots. I would certainly be having a good time. But I do not necessarily it's not must-see TV for me. I haven't followed college baseball all season long. I feel like those that follow college baseball heavily, it's a small niche that those like our good friend Jake Hassan follows closely. So College World Series is 5 for me. I'm going to go US Open at 4. I do enjoy watching golf. I enjoy following golf, but I don't typically watch until Saturday, for sure Sunday. I'm locked in on Sundays, but I'm not a Thursday, Friday, maybe I'll have it on in the background, but it's not appointment viewing for me. But I do think it's a great, event going on. World Cup, I'm going to go at 3 because we only get it once every 4 years. And I don't really care who's playing. These games are fun. They're fun to follow. They're fun to, they're fun to follow. And of course, when the U.S. is playing too, that's, you gotta be locked in for that. So I'm with you. World Cup at number 3. Number 2, I'm going to go Stanley Cup. So we've flip-flopped US Open and the Stanley Cup final. Again, I think there is Major League Baseball playoffs and NHL playoffs. I think they're among the best of the sports, the Big 5. I mean, I just kind of find myself I'll watch regular season hockey. Obviously, I stay up to date on what's going on across the league and things like that. But I find myself kind of on the edge of my seat during playoff hockey, especially with the Stanley Cup, similar to how I do with playoffs in baseball, where you're just kind of riding on every pitch. You kind of feel like every pitch, every play has there's just a ton of magnitude to it. So I'm going to go Stanley Cup final at number 2 for me. And then, NBA basketball is my favorite sport. It's the sport I follow, closest sport I like the most. So NBA finals, that is also going to be the top spot, taking on the top spot for me. And honestly, this year's finals, when the Knicks made the finals, when they won the Eastern Conference, I kind of thought, oh, well, maybe this is going to be a boring finals. Whoever wins the West, the Thunder, if they get past the Spurs, they're going to roll the Knicks. And it was a very entertaining series despite only going 5 games. The comebacks that the Knicks had, especially in game 4, 29 points, those were things that we haven't seen before. So I thought this finals in particular was actually very entertaining to watch. So that is my power ranking. College World Series at 5, US Open 4, World Cup 3, Stanley Cup final at 2, and NBA Finals taking home the top spot.
I like it. I think a majority of people, Kate, would have your top 5 in that exact order. I think the College World Series, not many people are watching college baseball. They'll tune into the College World Series because it's the playoffs and it's two really good teams and those kinds of things. But that's definitely 5th on the list. Golf, is one of those sports. It's a lot like tennis where people don't watch the regular events, but they tune into the majors. The U.S. Open's probably 2 behind the Masters, which I think gets a lot of people's attention. So they'd put that at 4. The World Cup, again, a lot of casual soccer fans. You don't have many people in the country that are watching the Premier League, that are watching the MLS, but people are tuning in to the World Cup and watching these games. And then Stanley Cup Finals, NBA, I think 2-1. I think, Kate, your list is how a majority of people were to go. If you were to put out a poll, like rank these 5, I think the way that you have it ranked is how most people would go.
Okay, so here's a question for you, PJ. How does the World Cup compare to the Olympics, do you think? In terms of popularity or people watching? Because Olympics once every 4 years, or at least for, the summer/winter.
Well, that was going to be my question. Are you comparing it to winter or summer? Because I think summer's bigger. So
yeah,
I think the World Cup. I think World Cup's over winter probably. But I think Summer Olympics over World Cup because you have the basketball, especially when the NBA guys are playing. That's huge. The track and field's big. The swimming is big. The gymnastics is big. Like they have a lot of huge events where for the winter, it's really kind of only the hockey and like the figure skating for the most part.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll have a couple events here and there, right? Like you have some big skiers like a Shaun White or a Lindsey Vonn if you have one of those kinds of people. But for the most part, like everybody's just kind of making the hockey appointment television. Whereas for the summer, I mean, I think if you ask like 5 different people what their favorite event is, they might give you 5 different answers. I love the swimming personally. That's my one. But there'll be plenty of people that give you track and field. Then there'll be plenty of people that give you basketball. How about the fact that you have tennis? I mean, Kate, I know you were there in Paris. You got to see all those studs at Roland Garros. Like, that's awesome, right? So they usually play like the Summer Olympics in cities where you at least have some of these places that are regular events on whatever circuit it might be. That I just think adds to it. Now that golf is back in the mix too, like it's just summer has so many events that I love and I think a lot of people love. I would put the summer over the World Cup, but I think the World Cup probably over the winter if I had to guess.
That's a good power ranking right there, PJ. Winter Olympics at 3, World Cup 2, Summer Olympics at number 1 with the top spot. I agree with you. I mean, and the World Cup is kind of concentrated. Like as much as there are casual fans that tune in a lot, like it's a lot of, well, clearly soccer fans where for the Olympics, like you mentioned, you get fans of all different sports. So you have so many more people invested. They may not all be invested in the same sport or the same, obviously, country, but the tennis was awesome. I'm with you on the swimming. My dream as a child, PJ, when you're in like 2nd grade and you write, when I grow up, I want to be XYZ. I wanted to be an Olympic swimmer. That was always my dream. And that dream died around 4th grade when I stopped, when I quit the swim team. So that was short-lived for me, but yeah, I'm with you. I think the Olympics has to take the cake.
I can't wait. I already got my tickets for Los Angeles in 2028.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to see some handball. And what else did I do? Handball and I can't remember now what the other one was. I don't think it was field hockey. I can't remember what the other one was. I know handball was for sure one. Kate, I was trying to go, to some of these crazy ones. Like, I would love to see like badminton or ping pong or like just some of these, right? Like ones you never see. The prices are just crazy. Absolutely crazy. So we got handball. We're seeing that. I can't remember the other one that we're seeing. Maybe I'll check it at break. But yeah, like the prices to go to opening ceremony are like 10 grand if you want to go to that.
Insane. But I mean, handball's got to be kind of fun.
I agree.
The fans of handball are going to be locked in. Like that's actually kind of a cool event to go to.
Well, and that's another reason I love the summer too. I feel like for the winter, like you force yourself to watch the curling, which is cool.
Yeah.
Like that's a good one, or some of these other events. But like Kate, I will sit back and I will watch hours of beach volleyball or
Uh-huh.
handball or, like some of these sports that you would never ever otherwise watch that you're like locked in on. So it's just like there's so many events. I can't wait for it. I'm hoping to just get out there to LA. And then I'm hoping that some of the prices for these other events drop that I can go to them. Cause yeah, right now it's crazy.
Yeah.
How did it work for you when you were in Paris? What was the system?
So that was, yes, you had to enter a lottery for some of the bigger events like basketball or things like that, kind of like you would for like Taylor Swift tickets. So we would wake up at like 3 a.m. because that's when it being, Paris time. That's when the lottery would open. And you'd see if you got, chosen for tickets. But I do remember prices dropping for some of those events once we were there, because people sell them. I don't know. People decide not to go, whatever it is. But there were more opportunities and cheaper opportunities to buy. Like we went to indoor volleyball and like spur of the moment, we were just like, all right, well, today we don't have any other events. And, we did some sightseeing in the morning. Let's go to volleyball this afternoon. And it was fairly easy to get tickets for that, and certainly cheaper than what you're paying for booking them right now. So keep an open mind there. And then also, PJ, there's also like so many cool free stuff around, which like you go to like not the Olympic Village for US, but there's like the fan fest for the US, which is cool.
Sure.
And so many people go to, so like all of that stuff. But I would imagine you could probably find some cheaper stuff once the games are here, once you're in LA, for some of those other ones.
Outside of American fans and French fans, who do you think was the country most represented that you saw while you were out there?
Okay, well, first of all, US fans are so boring. We all showed up to these events like maybe in a red t-shirt or something, like maybe in a red, an American flag shirt has on. Like all the other countries were like dressed
face
up,
paint.
like
yeah.
Yes, everything. We went to swimming and there were so many Australian fans and they had like kangaroo hats on and like things like that. Just like so much more into it. So the US was very boring. I do remember a lot of Australian fans at just all around the city. So maybe that would be my answer beyond French and Americans there. But yeah, American fans were, and of course, PJ, like I wanted to look cute, right? Like you're at, it was more of a fashion statement for me. So I would go like red skirt, blue dress, things like that, where like, I really should have just gone all out and done like some face paint, some like arm tattoos, something like that. Cause that's what the true fans were doing.
That's a good point. You never think about that stuff, but we very much are a wine and cheese country compared to some of these others, right? Like for sure.
Yeah.
So I can see that. It'll be interesting to see if it changes when it's obviously here on the home soil. But even just watching the World Cup games, like maybe your hardcores, you get some of that. And I know maybe the soccer audience is a little bit different than like a basketball fan or a baseball fan or whatever it may be. But yeah, these other countries, man, I mean, it feels like so many of them go all out.
Yeah. I mean, PJ, the Dutch just shipped a double-decker bus to the United States for this. Like, yeah, Amazing. They really are going all out. All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to take a quick break here. Joel Lorenzi, NBA writer for The Athletic, is going to join us next. More to come. This is BetMGM Game Day with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
Gibbs, Fox, 5 seconds remaining. Fox to Wemby. Wemby tries a three, puts it up, off the mark. Anunoby the rebound. It's over. It's over. Knicks fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day. PJ Glasser and Kate Constable here with you. The New York Knicks are NBA champions after 53 years. They finally hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy. Jalen Brunson taking home the MVP trophy. We've talked about this in a number of different angles, but let's get the thoughts of someone who covers the league day in and day out. Joel Lorenzi, NBA writer for The Athletic, joins us now. Joel, appreciate you taking the time to hop on with us today. What did you think of this Knicks team throughout the, early mid parts of the season? They lost a lot in early January, weren't great, but here they are at the end of the season. They're NBA champs, just kind of their run. What were your thoughts on if they could do this early on?
Yeah, they kind of changed their face at some point. I think now the way we'll remember them is resilient, especially through those finals and all the double-digit leads they came back from. And they're sort of this redemption story on a lot of counts. Like Brunson is, I'm definitely taller than Brunson, and by the way, I'm not very tall, but Becky Hammond's words from a couple years ago ring on my head often about how tall or how large a 1A guy can be on a championship team. I think this was a big redemption story for Brunson. Cat is a guy who I think a lot of people were doubtful of, what role he could play on a championship team. Frankly, they just kind of hit on all cylinders at some point in these playoffs where it started to feel like something almost intangible. Like they were almost inevitable, which I really don't like to throw that around, but that's sort of what it felt like. They captured something in these playoffs and this postseason that was unlike what we saw most of the regular. I was kind of out on them in the regular season. Like I knew if things kind of broke their way that they could be in the mix. But I mean, I was pretty high on Boston. I thought if Jason Tatum could get to a level, reminiscent of who he was in the past, like Boston was the clear favorite in the East to me. And then the Knicks just captured something on offense, their ball movement. The second chances, Cat and Brunson, even like Mike Brown. Like Mike Brown got a lot of flack for the times when he would sit both those guys, and they just got magic out of their guard rotation. Like Jose Alvarado was like helping them win Game 4. Like they captured something. They did the rare thing when a team just captures something when it comes time to play, and clutch time throughout the postseason, and they just sort of felt inevitable. And then I don't want to say they got a lucky break getting San Antonio. I think a series with a healthy OKC definitely would have been tougher. But their continuity definitely was fortunate to play San Antonio, a team that in their first experience like this just broke down in clutch moments, frankly.
And Joel, that was going to be my question, was how surprised were you by just how San Antonio looked towards the end of these games? Because coming into the postseason, me personally, I know a lot of people, the reason why maybe I thought San Antonio was still a year or two away is you just see teams always have to go. They have to learn how to lose a little bit before they win, right? You just don't show up year one in the playoffs and just run all the way through. And they go up against the Minnesota team. It's been in the Western Conference Final the last few years. Then they go up against the defending champs. And you're watching these series and the youth, the inexperience, like it's just not showing with this team. Then they get to the finals and you start to see some of that. So were you surprised that it finally caught up with them? Like, did you think eventually it would? And then what do you think maybe the Knicks did in the series to expose that when some of these other teams just could not in the Western Conference?
Yeah, it's a loaded question. I've been thinking about it a lot, especially in my experience around the Thunder. These past 2 years made me feel like that sort of conventional wisdom that you have to accrue your stars I wondered if it was sort of going out of style. And the Spurs seemed as prepared as any team to sort of, once they got to the precipice and got to the finals, like, I thought they would put I'll lay out my mistakes here. Like, I was pretty sure whatever team came out of the West was going to do it. And again, for the Knicks, I think there was great coaching, adjustments, certainly some. I mean, the series, it doesn't look like it was 1-5, but it was one on the margins. Like, you don't lose a 29-point lead in the final seconds without that being a game of inches, which I know sounds dumb on its face, but like, there are mistakes you can point to throughout that fourth quarter. There's mistakes you can point to throughout last night's fourth quarter. Like, that was a trend throughout the series. I thought second chances, again, killed the Spurs if you want to get granular. The Knicks just got so many opportunities to shoot three. Even like a game as ugly as last night, like, the offense was brutal. Like, that was starting to look like the score was starting to look like a 0-4 finals for a while there. And the Knicks just powered through. They continue to play their game. I mean, I was, frankly, to answer your question, stunned by the differences, because why I was so high on San Antonio in the conference final, or after the conference finals, I should say, is they found a response for everything OKC did. Granted, like, OKC was down J-Dub and AJ, which are two pretty important playmakers, but like, San Antonio was a team that formulated responses when they really did not have the DNA to do that. There's nothing about their history in their first playoff run that tells you they should be able to do that. So I thought they'd have the same thing for the Knicks. But the Knicks, as I keep saying, were just inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, Wemby talked about the margin for error and how thin that was, and that really costing them. A lot of people have been praising Dylan Harper for the play that he had, and certainly he wasn't without some of those mistakes with that margin for error. But just how impressed were you with his poise and his playing ability throughout this postseason and the finals, especially being he's a rookie?
Very. I mean, he's their second best player to me. I thought he had a lot of late game poise. I can't remember which game they lost. Frankly, it's probably a couple of the games in this series they lost because they turned away from him down the stretch when he was clearly the thing with Wemby. The thing with Wemby, which is like the next step for them and their offense and these late game situations, is like Wemby really can't score all that often unassisted right now. Like, the self-creation guys, like Dylan is at the top of that list. Like, when they needed something late, I thought Dylan was often great in this series, and they turned away from him when they really shouldn't have. Now, he was a little out of control at times, I thought, in that fourth quarter, like that late layup. Like, I really wish he would have slowed down. But, I mean, these guys are so young. They'll be back. I imagine Dylan Harper was super impressive, but like I said, to me, that's that next step is like trying to get Wemby. I know the frequent discourse in the postseason when he struggled has been like getting him a shot, but I think they just need to get him looks in the paint at will. Like, that's kind of been a struggle. I don't know that he needs a post shot. Maybe you can sort of develop that for 3 years down the line, but like the immediate thing is like helping him score when he's not rolling or popping or something that's like super, like those things are easy for a good defense to break. But these guys will be back, I imagine.
Joel, which team do you feel better about getting back to the finals last year? I mean, you said it. You think San Antonio is going to be back. I think we all expect that, but their path on paper certainly looks harder. They're going to have to likely go through Oklahoma City again. The East looks much easier. The Knicks are going to bring everybody back, and now they're kind of playing with house money that they got this weight lifted off their shoulder. They won the title, and they can go into next season try to make it back-to-back. So if you had to make your early pick of which team you felt better about getting back to the finals, would you take the Knicks or the Spurs?
I don't like this question. Back to the finals next year, I imagine, is what you're saying.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I like the reasons you're giving for the Knicks to do it. Because man, like the East is it's pretty like competitive amongst the middling teams. Like that's not to like I don't know. Like the East is better than I think people talk about them, but also like it's kind of up for grabs right there. I would still bet on Boston being back, and Tatum being back to relative form. So I don't know, man. You're right. Like the Spurs are going to have to go through a healthier OKC, I imagine, and they'll probably get the rookie from last year involved, Thomas Sorber. Like they got some things going for them, and I imagine this won't be a quiet summer. I don't know. I guess this is a hot take. I'll go with the Spurs. Just I guarantee they're going to win 60 games again next year. Like I would bet on that. They've built something similar to OKC in that they can sort of build something sustainable for the regular season and start to learn themselves again and develop. And they're just younger. This is not me counting OKC out. I think they're going to kind of be like the Lakers and the Spurs back in the day, or just the West back in the day when these teams were like trading finals appearances. Like that's kind of what I'm envisioning for OKC and San Antonio. I'm going with San Antonio.
Okay.
I like it. We're talking with Joel Lorenzi, NBA writer for The Athletic. Also covered OKC for many years. Joel, were you at all surprised that the Spurs didn't really stick around to shake hands with the Knicks or show much sportsmanship? I mean, Wemby was off the court about as quick as can be last night.
No. Victor Wembanyama is a lot of things. He's a layered individual as far as I can tell from the short time I've been around him. But he is very, like, his emotions are on his sleeve, man. And losing is, like, not something he can really stomach. Like, even if you go back to, like, the games that everybody talks about sort of sparked this disdain he has for Chet Holmgren, the U19 games, USA versus France. Like, he was, like, biting his jersey. Like, the guy just can't stomach losing at the highest stage. Now, I imagine getting this close and yet being so far is a feeling that's difficult for him to sit with. And I saw the kind of, I don't know if ominous is the right word, but it kind of the strange feeling, the quote he had last night when he's like, see you guys, appreciate you guys, see you guys, ... never. I'm like, okay. I don't know what that means, but he's clearly a very emotional guy. So no, I'm not surprised. This series and his playoff run, frankly, is it's a kind of a case study on like gamesmanship and sportsmanship. I don't know if that's an overreaction, but like he's a unique individual. Let's start there. But like the elbows and the flagrants, but also like the monk wisdom, like the guy is just kind of layered and he's a lot. And no, I was not surprised by it last night.
Joel, we got the NBA draft coming up here in a little over a week. What is the biggest storyline for you heading into this draft class that, I mean, it's been talked about a lot. We all know how deep it is, how loaded. A lot of teams feel like they can really change their season overnight, maybe change their franchise. So for you, what's kind of the biggest thing that you're monitoring over the next 8-9 days leading up to it?
The way the first four shakes out. Not to say that the rest of the lottery isn't important, but those will be what we watch. Right, I think a lot of people believe the first four is a consensus. Those are franchise-altering guys that you want to draft, and I think a lot of people assume the Bulls have it easy because they have four. They can just get the guy that falls out of that crop to them. But it'll be interesting. I just haven't felt, as much as I do think there's a built-in consensus there, especially at number one with AJ DeBansa. I think 2 and 3 are the most interesting because, like I haven't felt this consensus right there. Even though you know the guys that are there to choose from, I don't know the order of those guys. And you got Cam Boozer, you got Darren Peterson. I would be stunned if Darren Peterson fell to 4. But, like, those are the franchise-changing guys, right? Like, those are the guys you're looking at, and I imagine there might be an all-star, at least one from 5 to, 13 or something like that. But the top 4 is what we're all paying attention to.
Joel, PJ and I were talking a little bit earlier about like long shots to win the title, and this is a long shot for a reason. But the Wizards, I mean, with the roster that they have, and then having the number one pick, are one of these players, DeBanza, Wilson, are they enough to potentially be like a 2-3 on a team that could go to the finals? Like, do they have that type of power isn't the right word, but ability to turn around a franchise pretty quick?
Yes, but I think we need to change our definition of turnaround here. I think Wemby kind of set this impossible baseline for like, this is the kind of guy that you get in your first playoff run with him. This is how high he can both raise your baseline and your ceiling. Like he's probably the best defender ever as far as impact already, and so that guy gets you pretty far off rip. As talented and as many all-star selections there might be between his top four when it's all said and done, I don't know that any of those guys are that. I think Cooper Flagg would probably be the best player in this draft. But I only say that to say, like, even Cooper Flagg would not be – I don't think Cooper Flagg, given the Wizards pieces, would sort of paint this path to the finals. Like, it's incredibly hard to do. Also, among the pieces we're talking about are Trae Young and Anthony Davis. Like, I'm not here to rant, but Trae Young has not had this historically huge impact on winning, and Anthony Davis has not had this historically clean injury report. And so on paper, it sounds good. They should at least make some noise in the East because of A.J. DeBanza for sure. But A.J. DeBanza will have to go through these sort of growing pains the same way as all these top prospects we're talking about. And I think Wemby's kind of skewed our belief to think that's sort of normal. Things shook their way, and he's like the best defender ever. So there's this baseline there. It's like you're really not going to see that anywhere else, probably for a long time.
Yeah, that's why they call Wemby the alien, right? Because he is kind of an anomaly in terms of how he was able to turn the Spurs around. Joel, appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks for all of the insight. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll talk to you down the road.
Yeah, see you guys.
Thanks, Joel.
That was Joel Lorenzi, covers the NBA for The Athletic. Germany up 6-1 right now. They are absolutely cruising. We're in the 78th minute. World Cup rolls on, and so do we. But first, this segment was sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. On the other side, we haven't talked about it yet, but it's time. The Stanley Cup Final, Game 6 preview. Hurricanes at Golden Knights. Can the Canes close it out? We'll talk about that next here. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive a Stanley Cup Finals odds boost token for each game of the Stanley Cup Finals. And guess what? Stanley Cup Final Game 6 is tonight. So you can use this token over at BetMGM. Add a wager made up entirely of NHL playoff bets to your bet slip. You activate that token. And if you win your wager that was made with the odds boost token, then you're going to receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus bets. Not a bad perk over at BetMGM for tonight's Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. PJ, this final has been awesome.
So good.
In the NHL. I mean, these games, with the comebacks, I guess across NBA and NHL, we've had some pretty incredible comebacks. The amount of goals that we've seen in this series has made this series, for anyone that's even just a casual hockey fan watching this, you're kind of locked in the whole game. We don't go many periods without a goal and counters. It's just been really, really fun to watch.
It's been great hockey. It's been back and forth. It's been everything you wanted in a Stanley Cup final. The over has hit in, I believe, in every game so far in the Stanley Cup final. It's at 6 right now on BetMGM, and the over is plus 100. You do have to be worried once you start getting to the game 5s, the game 6, so once you start getting to these elimination games, even though these offenses have been really good, the goaltenders have been shaky at times, especially Carter Hart for Vegas. These games, I mean, they're so physical. They're so tough to score. There's not as much room to roam around on the open ice. I would not bet an under in this series just because of the way things have played out, and it looks like the way this matchup has been. But I kind of think if there was a time to jump in on an under, this might be it, with Vegas, obviously, the season being on the line. They're at home. Carolina knows it's going to be a war tonight, trying to go on the road and win. So I kind of like the under. Nick Costos came on earlier, said he likes Carolina to win. I kind of agree with him. I think the Canes get the job done tonight. And honestly, if you're Carolina, as fun as it would be to win at home, Kate, is there a better city in the entire country to celebrate a championship than Las Vegas? So that, more than anything, should be motivation to get the job done tonight. I remember when the Caps won the Cup and Ovechkin at like 3 a.m. is walking into the hotels with the Stanley Cup. I mean, it's just the greatest. So that'd be really cool if Carolina wins it tonight for the players, for the fans. Would be awesome. Should be another great game tonight. Like you said, I mean, the previous 5 have been unbelievable. I lean Carolina and I lean the under. I think I'll bet the Hurricanes just so I can have something on the game. I kind of like the under though, Kate. I just don't, I'm a little too afraid to pull the trigger just because of how this series has been played so far.
I mean, the total got up to, I want to say 7.5 at one point in that game 5. Like that is a lot. Maybe it was 6.5. Maybe I'm going a little bit too high, but still that's a lot for hockey, right? Like usually the total's sitting around 5.5 for regular season games. And you're right. As I mean, even like we saw with the NBA playoffs last night, like super low scoring game. Neither team touched 100. The deeper you go in the playoffs, as these teams know each other more and more and more, and things tighten up. Like there's going to be a whole lot of nerves in this game tonight because it's the first potential closeout game that we've had in this series. I'm with you. I think the Hurricanes win it here. I think more pressure, obviously, I mean, that's not rocket science, is on the Golden Knights because they have to win to keep the series alive. But there is something about kind of playing looser on the road. And I think these Hurricanes, I would say they've been the better team 60-70% of the time. It's been a very close, even series, but I think the Hurricanes can close it out.
Yeah, I mean, it has been evenly matched. We've had some big swings in this series. We've had some moments where teams have scored 2 goals in under a minute, 3 goals in under 40 seconds. It's been crazy. So I think tonight's going to be a really good game. I think it's going to be tightly contested. I think if at any point you can bet either of these teams on the puck line at +1.5, +2.5, especially at plus money, I think that's the way to go. But yeah, I think Carolina gets the job done. I might even sprinkle a little like, will this game go to overtime maybe too? Because we've had some of those this series, and we could definitely get it again here in Game 6.
Yeah, first 2 games of the series both went to overtime?
They did, correct, yep.
I think that's a great play, PJ. That's kind of that's an angle I may jump on. I like that one. Probably get some good plus
hockey.
Money. You are the overtime better. The you go to
it.
overtime better. That's your jam. All right, coming up on the other side, we are going to draft Big 4 pro teams that you will never see win a title in your life. We'll draft those teams coming up on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
The New York Knicks are your NBA champions. They beat the Spurs 94-90 last night in Game 5 in San Antonio to win their first NBA title in 53 years. Sounds like there's a parade coming on Thursday in the streets of New York. And PJ, I am hoping that it remains just, somewhat tame. People can have fun, have your beverages, drinks, whatever you want. But let's not let it get too out of control, because if there's any fan base that's been rabid and waiting for a championship for a long, long time, the Knicks are one of those at the top of it. So I'm sure they're going to be celebrating. I know they're going to be celebrating, but let's keep it safe, people.
It's going to be an epic parade. Like you said, let's keep it safe. Nobody get hurt, any of those kinds of things. It'll be very cool, though. And also, Kate, the U.S. Open starts on Thursday in Long Island. So I wonder how many tickets now are becoming available because of the parade being on Thursday. They should have a good crowd out there at Shinnecock, but certainly not as good as they would have had if the parade was on like a Wednesday or something like that. But it's going to be epic. Knicks fans have been waiting for this for 53 years. The city of New York has been waiting for this since the Yankees won in 2009. So it's been a long time coming, and they're gonna party like crazy. Well, I guess the Giants won in 2012, so been a little bit, but they're gonna party like crazy.
A long time.
Yeah,
yeah. It has been a long time for a lot of other franchises as well. Some haven't even gotten to the finals in their respective sports. We're gonna draft right now, as we do every week. We do different drafts here on BetMGM Game Day. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable with you. Of the big four professional teams, which teams do we think we will never see win a championship in our lifetime? Took the Knicks 53 years. I wasn't alive when they won their last championship in 1973. I don't think anyone on this show, working on this show, was. So we're going to go ahead and draft those teams that we think will never win a title in our lives. And PJ, you are going to kick us off today. We'll do a little snake style draft. Start us off. Who's on your list?
So, Kate, the reason that I came up with this question for us to talk about on the show today is because it's one of the questions I love asking people, because you get a lot of different answers, and it's always fascinating to see which sports people go with and who the teams they end up go with. And my answer to this question is usually between two teams that are the top of my list that I kind of go back and forth on. The team that I'll go with, though, is the number one overall selection for one of the Power Four teams that I do not think will ever win a championship in my lifetime, is going to be the Charlotte Hornets. I just cannot visualize Charlotte winning an NBA championship. And they got a fun young team. They made it to the play-in tournament this year. Konkanippel turned out to be great. Pick is a rookie. LaMelo Ball's been really good. Brandon Miller is good as well. And it's a great basketball era, certainly with college. I mean, Duke and Carolina and the State and all those sorts of teams. But I can just never envision Charlotte ever winning a title. They will never get a big-name free agent, so they're going to have to do it for a draft and luck into a big-time superstar. But I'm going with Charlotte as number one overall, Kate. That is usually my pick when people ask this question. I cannot see them ever winning a title.
You know what, PJ? They were going to be on my list. They weren't going to be in my number one, but Charlotte, I'm right there with you. I think it's going to be a long, long time until the Charlotte Hornets win a title. I am going to go to the NHL. I'm going to go with the Vancouver Canucks, because we all know that the Canadian hockey teams have not won a Stanley Cup final in quite some time. Last team to win, the Montreal Canadiens, was in 1993. And of the Canadian teams, Vancouver Canucks, things aren't looking great for them. Only won 25 games this season. So, it would be a cop-out to say all the Canadian teams in the NHL, but I'm specifically going to go with Vancouver to not win a title in my lifetime. All right, Zach, Zach's, he threw his in the chat because he's having some technical difficulties. He's going to go Cleveland Browns. He says ... pretty self-explanatory. That was also on my list. So great pick, Zach. I think that one is pretty self-explanatory. Grant, give us yours.
So I'm going to go football first because I got the wraparound on the snake. Zach's not going to like this pick, but I honestly, and I know they just won the NBA title, so the city is still on that high, but I don't know if I'm ever going to see the New York Jets win a Super Bowl. I just think every time there's something good about to happen, somebody gets injured or something bad just happens where you get an injury or just bad luck or a team's just better than you, or you have like a Peyton Manning in your conference or Tom Brady in your conference, you can never get over the hump. So I'm going to go New York Jets there. And then I'll go a little bit on the side that people might not think of. But if you go to NHL and you ask who are sort of like the Dallas Cowboys of hockey, it's the Toronto Maple Leafs. And forever, they're always going to be synonymous of never being able to get to the Stanley Cup and being this well-recognized team. Their original 16, the last time they won was like 1962 or something like that. Very long time ago, 60-plus years ago. That would be my next pick. I don't ever see the Toronto Maple Leafs winning a Stanley Cup final.
Okay. Two good ones. I mean, those are like, certainly when you think about this, two teams that have been cursed and have really struggled. It's the Jets and the Leafs. So can't argue with those. Good back-to-back picks there by Grant.
Yeah, Grant. I was debating on going the Maple Leafs for my Canadian hockey team. So I'm with you on that one. Zach, again, we'll read this one for him. He's going to go with the Milwaukee Brewers. They've had so many good teams, but they have never quite broken through. Small market strategy will never win, according to our producer, Zach Krull. So he is going with the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm going to go to baseball. I'm going to go the Angels. It just feels like that's an organization that really doesn't care much about winning. And they had someone who could have helped them win quite a bit in Shohei Ohtani. And he's no longer with them. Mike Trout, just kind of as good of a player as he is, he's just kind of there, it feels like, for the Angels. Like, they just don't feel like an organization that is really going after winning these days. So I don't think I'm going to see them win a title in my lifetime.
Not as long as Arnie Moreno's the owner. That's for sure. They gotta get him out of town if they want to have any success. I told you guys at the top that when I usually ask this question to people, I have two teams in mind. The Hornets is one. The other team has not been said yet, of teams that I don't think I'll ever see win a title in my lifetime. And I'll pick them now. And that is the Colorado Rockies. I don't think I'll ever see them win a title ever. Look, baseball is the toughest to win in the sense that if you get a great quarterback, you can change your team overnight. In the NBA, if you get like a Wemby, you can change your team overnight. Hockey, if you get to the playoffs and have a hot goaltender, you can make a deep run. Baseball, like, you kind of have to have everything. You got to have pitching. You got to be able to hit. You got to be able to field. You got to really do a good job fielding a team. And I know Colorado had a little run there with Tulowitzki and Todd Helton and those guys, and they made it to a World Series. It's going to be tough for me to see them having sustained success, especially when the Dodgers are in that division. The Giants are in that division. The Padres are in that division. So I'll go with the Rockies as my first selection there. And then I'll come back the other way. I'll go to the NHL, and I'll take the Columbus Blue Jackets out of the NHL. I don't think I'll ever see Columbus win a title. I don't really think they've ever had any success so far. I think they maybe won one playoff series in their existence. So they haven't really ever come close. Again, hockey is kind of always tricky because if you have a good goaltender, if you get some blue chip pieces, maybe you can make a little bit of a run. But they've just been so bad for so long. I don't know if I can see it. So I'll go with Columbus as my next pick.
Yeah, we've got those once again. The Canadian hockey teams covered pretty well here on not winning a title. I'm gonna go to the NFL. I'm gonna go another PJ. You had Charlotte Hornets, a Carolina team. I'm gonna go with the Carolina Panthers. I just can't see them winning a title. I mean, I don't like sure, maybe they are slowly improving. They had a decent season last year, but I think that could be those really good seasons could be few and far between. And let's be real, it wasn't even a really, really good season. It was just an okay season in a division that was not so great last year. So I'm going to go with the Carolina Panthers as my next team. Zach, he's going New Orleans Pelicans. I like that one, Zach. Joe Dumars is one of the worst executives there is, so poorly ran, and Zion having 0 career playoff games entering year 8 is insane, in all caps, from Zach. And wow, I mean, I had, yes, reading that and Zion not having any career playoff games. Yes, we've known that, but like, that's crazy to say out loud. How?
It helped
How?
it'd help if he was available. He does it to himself a little bit.
Point.
I think also living in New Orleans as a guy who struggles with weight a little bit, also not ideal, because anybody that has ever been there knows it's the best food city in America. I'm sorry. It is what it is. New Orleans is the best. So it's tough, but Zach is right. The ownership, the management is run very poorly. And they tried to build a fun young team around him with Ingram and McCollum and Valanciunas, and it never worked. But they need Zion to stay consistently healthy, and he never will. So it's a shame, because he obviously has so much talent and he has the potential to be a great player, but guy's just never out there. And they've tried to make it work around him. They've tried to take big swings with the Pelicans, and it just hasn't worked out.
Yeah. I have not been to New Orleans. That is a place I would really like to go, but I would probably gain 10 pounds in a weekend trip, because I've heard the food is so good. And I would.
Grant is saying that it's maybe not the best in the country. If he comes, look, Chicago's got good food, but that better not be the answer over New Orleans if he's going there.
All I'll say is that Chicago is a melting pot, and you can get every type of food you can. And there is no argument they have the best pizza. And I'm not talking deep dish, Kate. I'm talking about tavern style pizza. It's the best.
Yeah. I will agree with that. Well, I like deep dish too, but the tavern style pizza is pretty good as well.
I like deep dish, but like when family's coming into town, that's when we get the deep dish, and we're not getting Chicago style tavern. But if it's a regular, like all my buddies and other family that lives in Chicago is coming over, we're ordering Rosati's, we're ordering Lou's, Gio's, whatever it may be. We're getting the Chicago-style tavern.
Yep. I'm right there with you. It feels like the New Orleans food versus Chicago. Like New Orleans is probably like more comfort food, right?
It is.
I mean, I will say I do like a good pot of gumbo from New Orleans, like a Cajun-style gumbo. I will destroy that. So.
Yeah, I love the po' boy sandwiches are really good, and then obviously the beignets are just ridiculous. They have so many unique things down there that you just don't get in other parts of the country, which kind of adds to it. Where like Chicago, you can get a lot of the things that they have other parts, but they just do it really well, right?
Sure.
So I think that's why I like New Orleans a lot. I think it's the best. But all right, Grant, what do you got? Is your next two?
So for my next two, the first one I'm going to go with is a team that just tries so many different ways to try to win a championship, and it's failed miserably. It's going to be the Philadelphia 76ers. Whether it's tanking and trying to trust the process and just get these high draft picks, or it's making these huge trades for Jimmy Butler or James Harden, it hasn't worked out for them. And management as well has just crapped the bed. And like they try so many different ways of getting this team the star they need to win, and then they end up hating that place and want to leave. Maybe it's the players that are there, or maybe it's the management that trades them there. We've seen 2 stars legit say, I want out of here, and they have. And they've gone on to do better things, whether it be Jimmy Butler in Miami or James Harden this year, kind of a little bit with the Clippers and Cavs this year. he made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. But I'm going to say that I don't think I'll ever see the Sixers win a title in my lifetime. And then my next one, I was really debating about who I should go with. But honestly, if we're thinking of a team that never wins a championship and is cursed because they can't win a championship, it's got to be Detroit Lions. I don't know I've ever seen a franchise like legit never have a chance to win a Super Bowl. And I know they had a couple times these past years with Goff and Campbell and Gibbs and, Montgomery and stuff. But like, you go back and watch that title game against the 49ers, there's some weird stuff that happened to them where it's like they might legit be cursed and they might never win a Super Bowl. They got balls bouncing off players' heads, caught for touchdowns and stuff like that. I honestly probably can go to my grave and say I don't think I'll ever see the Lions win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty solid one.
Interesting choices. The Philly one, I get it, but big market. They hand out big contracts. You'll get players that will want to play there. I don't know. I kind of think Philly eventually will break through at some point. It might be a little bit. I don't think they'll ever win with Embiid, but
PJ,
I could see them
PJ,
maybe winning it at some point.
I want to ask you, we say that all the time with Philly, though, right? We say that with that team all the time, like every time, whether it be Simmons and Embiid era, or it be Jimmy Butler, or it be with Harden. All the time, it's like they will finally probably break it soon, and they just can't.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win it with like Embiid. I don't think they're going to win it in this era, but I don't know. Maybe like 20 years down the road. I just wouldn't be shocked if Philly, I kind of think I'd actually be more shocked if they don't win a title in my lifetime than if they do. That's just me. Lions is a good pick though. Even though they've obviously figured it out, they're heading in the right direction. It looks like there's going to be a solid team the next couple of years. They're just one of those, like, they got to get over the kind of like this curse around their franchise, like this hurdle. And I don't know if they ever will.
I think the Lions are a great pick. Right there with you. Zach, we're going to move on to Zach. Zach's Sacramento Kings next. Zach, I was debating using the Sacramento Kings. Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox facing off in the NBA Finals less than 2 years after leaving is nuts. Also, Zach LaVine is the worst contract in the NBA right now, according to our producer, Zach. I think the Sacramento Kings is a solid one. Zach, ownership, it just feels like there's, again, one of those organizations where there's not a whole lot of direction or emphasis on, like, winning, which sounds funny because, like, every team wants to win. Obviously, this is sports. That's all you want to do is win. But I don't see I'm with you. I don't see the Kings winning in our lifetime.
I would agree. The Kings were on my list. It's just, they're the only pro team in Sacramento. They're the state capital. Those fans love the Kings. They had a great run there in the early 2000s. It's going to be one of those places that's tough to attract the stars. And this day and age in the NBA, and it's not going away anytime soon, is, a big part of having success is getting these free agents to want to come play for your city. And it's just not going to happen in Sacramento. So they got to get pieces like a Jalen Brunson, like under the radar guys, and then they got to do it through the draft. But I think the Kings as well. Solid pick.
This one pains me to say. It really, really does. And it makes me sad. I don't think the Chicago Bulls are winning a title in my lifetime.
Okay.
The Bulls, with Jerry Reinsdorf as their owner, I think that is probably, as long as the Reinsdorfs are owning, I don't think the Bulls are winning. They haven't really shown that that's a priority to them post MJ years. And, like, let's be honest, did they kind of luck into MJ a little bit? Yeah. And if they didn't have Jordan, like, would they have any of those titles? No. So they could be an organization that really, has no business winning a title. I just don't see it. I hope I am very, very, very wrong, but I don't think the Bulls are winning one in my lifetime, unfortunately, PJ.
Yeah, which is, I mean, they have arguably the greatest athlete ever, which is just crazy to think about. So the fact that, and It's tough to disagree with you, Kate. Ever since those glory days with Jordan and the Bulls, I mean, ever since 2000 has hit, it's been absolutely brutal. They're 300-1 to win the East next season. Like, they just, for a market as big as Chicago, with a franchise as storied as that one, for them to be as bad as they have, pretty wild. So I think the Bulls is a solid pick. For my last one, I'm kind of torn. I'm between the Minnesota Wild I'm throwing around, the LA Clippers I'm throwing around, and the Pittsburgh Pirates I'm throwing around. Those are the three teams I'm kind of between. The Pirates, like, again, the reason I'm with them is because they have Paul Skeens, and we're just all waiting for him to sign with another team. And when, like, that's the thought around your franchise, that's kind of rough. I'm going to go with the Minnesota Wild, though, Kate. I'm just, I'm sorry. I know you're a Minnesota girl and everything. The Wild, though, I don't think they've ever been past the second round, I want to say. Maybe they've been to a conference final before, but they're kind of the forgotten about team. They play in St. Paul. They're like in the playoffs every year, but they never go far, ever. So the Clippers, like, again, it very much kind of like the 76ers, where they try to win a bunch of different ways. Yeah. They haven't been able to figure it out. The Pirates, another small market team, but I'll go with Minnesota.
I was debating the Clippers as well, PJ. So I think that's a good one to throw out there. But hey, those Minnesota franchises, we talked about it earlier on in the show. They don't win, unfortunately. No. Minnesota has been outside of the Lynx. Like, that's the only team that really has had any sort of sustained success in the state of Minnesota for more than, the Wolves the last, 2-3 years, but like, that's not all that long. So I do not blame you whatsoever on the Minnesota Wild. All right, guys, who wins? Who takes the cake after this draft of teams you will never see win a title in your lifetime?
I think Max has got to be the one that chooses, our video producer, because he was the one who not picked. So he's not biased towards any of the selections. He said he's giving it to you, Kate. So Canucks, Angels, Carolina Panthers, and the Chicago Bulls, Max says is taking the cake. Yeah.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. I think there's some pretty solid picks in there. I do.
Agree.
But I thank you, Max. Appreciate it. We all have some solid picks. Let us know if you're watching, listening, who you think is the winner, or who you think your team is that is not winning. Some other names that were thrown around just in our show chat right now. The Bills won. The Bills could be, I don't know. The Bills, it feels like with Josh Allen, you've got it. You're close. Like, you have that piece. Max is a Bills fan and doesn't want me to bring that up.
The Bills, obviously they've been so close so many times. I just couldn't put them on there because they got Josh Allen right now, who's still got years in his prime. They got a new head coach. I get it, but it's like, when you have a quarterback that good, you have a chance. So I can't put the Bills on there.
No, I'm with you. I can't either. All right, that is our draft for this week. We'll talk a little bit more, speaking of the Bills, some NFL news and notes. Patrick Mahomes signed a big contract this past week. Sean Payton as well. Baker Mayfield still waiting for a contract to come his way. We will discuss all that coming up next. This is BetMGM Game Day with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We just got and a couple others. How did we forget? How did no one say the Dolphins, guys?
No.
The Dolphins are one of those.
I mean, they haven't won a playoff game in like 25 years. We were all talking in the break, like, who's their best player since Dan Marino? Is it Zach Thomas? Is it Jason Taylor? Is it Tyreek Hill? And even when they got Tyreek Hill, like, yes, he was still Tyreek Hill. I guess he was still kind of in his peak. They did have like a couple really good years with him, but it's like no clear cut. Like, you think of a team and you think of that player immediately. They obviously really haven't had a great stable of coaches. Their owner, Stephen Ross, no good. And they play in Miami, Kate, which is problematic because they can never win a game that's cold, like, ever. So Dolphins are, now that we're thinking about it, they probably should have been a pick. Probably should.
I also like this one. In our YouTube chat, MKP lives. Hope I'm saying all that right. He said in soccer, which we did just the big four sports, which I'm sorry guys, doesn't include soccer, but I thought this was kind of funny. U.S. men's national team never going to win a title, or never going to win the World Cup. Wow. Come on, did you not see how good we looked in that opening game, PJ?
Tell that to Flo Balogun. Exactly. I mean, come on. It'll be what do you think is the round that they have to get to where people will like start legitimately like losing their minds? Is it the quarters or the semis, you think? Do they have to get to the semis? I think probably the semifinals.
So I think, and again, like, I am a fair weather soccer. I'm a fair weather World Cup fan. I watch every 4 years, don't follow it much beyond that. But so I've heard people say they should make it to the quarters. I think if you're talking about people losing their minds, if they get there, that would be the semis, because according to some of the experts, the people who do follow this year round, it's the quarters are a realistic expectation. But semis, I think that's where people go nuts and lose their mind a little and think, holy cow, this is the greatest thing ever.
And it's tough with the World Cup because you have to wait to see how these other group matches play out. And then you have to wait to see how the bracket shapes out. And then you have to wait to see where you're playing, because this time of the year, if you're outside in the New Jersey humidity or the Philadelphia humidity, rather than, let's say you're in like Seattle or you're indoors in Houston or whatever it may be, whatever the case is, it could be a difference. So yeah, the U.S. just has to continue to play well. The bracket is the bracket. Whatever happens, happens. I think, the quarterfinals, if they make it there, is where people start to really be like, oh my God, like this is crazy that we're one of the 8 teams left.
This could happen.
They get to the Final Four, though. That's when you're like, right? Because the Final Four in any sport, obviously basketball, they call it the Final Four. NFL, that's Championship Sunday. Conference finals and other sports. So when you reach like the Final Four of something, that's a pretty massive deal, especially when it's the World Cup on the men's side. That would be pretty nuts. So yeah, semifinals, Kate, if they did that, even if they lose, like if they were to lose to France 2-1 in the semis, people would be throwing parties in the streets. It would be an absolute madhouse. They'd be so excited about the showing and how the team ended up doing.
Which, I mean, I hope they do. That would be pretty fun.
Yeah, it would.
Pretty crazy.
It really would.
Yeah.
I agree. Because like we see all these watch parties that we all have for our teams. Could you imagine what a watch party would be rooting for the I mean, we get that a little bit for the Olympics, but like for the country would be awesome.
But again, it's a little different for the Olympics because it's dispersed based on your preference of sporting event that you're watching. For this, it's like every soccer fan / everyone in the country is rooting on just that one single game versus a ton of different events. So a watch party in the country. I mean, it would be like these watch parties for the Knicks winning the title throughout New York. I mean, on crack if the United States makes it to the semis, that would be awesome.
And especially because it's here, right? Like, it's
Right.
not like it's in somewhere else where it's a crazy time zone and maybe some people have to wake up at like 4 a.m. to watch the game. It would be sometime in prime time where we're all watching, and it would be here in the States, which would be unbelievable. So, yeah, it's almost terrible that they played like that in the first game, because this is
really
what they're, you know what I mean? Like, now they can't top that. If they come out and they tie like 1-1, we're like, there's the U.S. men's national team we know and love. But I joke, of course, like, it's awesome that they look like that. But now I'm sure like the coaching staff a little bit is like, well, you boys put this on yourself. Like, you better keep playing like this, especially when you're favored to do so.
Now expectations are even higher than they were,
no doubt,
before. I'm trying to read this in our chat of MPK Live. You know, we're gonna skip that. I don't know what's happening there. Karaoke pants, split. Never mind. Behind the scenes stuff. All right, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, we talked about teams that are not winning. One team that has won plenty in our lifetime and is likely going to win another, I would say, is the Kansas City Chiefs, because they have, Patrick Mahomes as their quarterback, and he just signed a $500,000 contract with the Chiefs. That's insane.
Million. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. 500 million, 500,000. That's pocket change to him. 500 million. I don't think you give a player $500 million if you don't think that he has an opportunity to continue winning you Super Bowls. So maybe next week for our draft is like, which team wins multiple of their respective trophies in their life. But Mahomes getting this contract, like, did that shock you at all? Biggest contract in history, but it still isn't shocking.
No, not at all, especially with kind of the outlook of the Chiefs for the next few years. Probably the last year of Travis Kelce. Andy Reid's not getting any younger. Spags isn't getting any younger. So not only is Mahomes losing his favorite target, he's losing one of the greatest coaches of all time in the foreseeable future and one of the greatest defensive coordinators of all time. And for that run that the Chiefs were on in the draft when they got the Tyreek Hills, the Kelce's, the Chris Jones, the Mahomeses, they haven't really been all that great, Kate, as of late. Like, they haven't had really any impact splash players that have really made a monster impact like those guys did when they first came into the league. And ever since trading away Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins, we knew it'd be tough finding his replacement, but they haven't really even done a good job kind of just replacing the production across multiple players. Rashee Rice with the legal stuff has been in and out. The Hollywood Brown experiment has been kind of as expected as he's towards the down part of his career. They've tried to draft guys with Sky Moore and some of these others. They brought over veterans. Like, it just has not worked. And now I think, so much is on Mahomes that they realize as long as they have him, they can still be competitive. They know his track record in the playoffs. So it makes a ton of sense with just how things have been going the last few years with the Chiefs and how this is an aging roster. It's going to be similar to what the Patriots went through, where you had the early part of that Brady Belichick where they won a ton. Then they went 10 years where they didn't win a Super Bowl. And then towards the end, they started to pick it back up again. It kind of feels like we're in that same kind of period with the Chiefs right now. They did all that winning. Now it could be a little bit of a period of time where they're losing, but Mahomes is still one of the best players in the NFL. And then maybe towards the end, 6-7 years from now, you start to see the Chiefs win some Super Bowls again.
Yeah, and just because I think the comparison to the Patriots and Brady is great, just because Mahomes is getting older and maybe like his physical prime. I mean, he's kind of got the dad bod rocking, PJ, every offseason. Twitter goes nuts over the Mahomes dad bod, right? Like maybe he isn't quite as in shape or whatnot, but like the mind is still there, and the mind for Patrick Mahomes is almost as great as the arm. Like that's part of what makes him so good is his football IQ. And so I think it's a no-brainer for the Chiefs to continue paying Mahomes. Plus, if you think he's, going to decline over the second half of his career, he's still going to be better than 95% of the quarterbacks out there. So, and he's a part of the culture in Kansas City. Like it would be, they just kind of they use him as their identity. Like he is the identity of the Kansas City Chiefs, right? So like you want to reward someone like that. And similar to the Brunson of passing up the $100 million for to go to New York and to allow other players getting paid, like he gets that money back tenfold because he just won a championship. Like the Chiefs might be shoveling out $500 million, but they get that money back because of what Mahomes does, not only on the football field, but for the entire organization, the city of Kansas City, all of that type of stuff as well.
No doubt. It's kind of incredible. We watched Tom Brady win 7 Super Bowls and we're like, are we ever going to see anything close to this ever again? And then Mahomes just completely takes the torch. He wins 3. He hosts an AFC championship game every year. He wins all these playoff games. And I mean, it's well earned, right? If there was ever a guy in the NFL that was going to get this kind of money with certainly the salary cap situation, all the guys on the roster that you have to pay, it's him. And yeah, he's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Now they brought in Kenneth Walker to help him, and I think they're going to be more of a run-oriented team this season. But certainly, Kate, a lot of weight as there normally is on Patrick Mahomes to get the Chiefs back to relevancy. And interesting too that they're giving him all this money coming off that major injury. We would all expect him to be okay. A lot of it, you just never know how guys are going to be when they come back from that kind of stuff and how that's going to weigh on him either.
But does that signify that the Chiefs kind of know something that we don't, that maybe Mahomes, who said he's going to be back for week 1, maybe he is really trending to be back for week 1, or at least his progress has been pretty solid so far, because you're right, PJ, otherwise giving a player that type of money, that's pretty bold. All right, we're going to wrap up the show on the other side. Our 3 stars of the show coming your way as we wrap things up here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Kate, you didn't hit aggressive there, right? Nice. Okay, perfect. So we'll have one more to go. We have the last one is this another really long World Cup one. It's on the rundown. So check it out. It's like super long. It's crazy. Yeah, that'll be the last one. But thanks for hitting that progressive. That's clutch. You know what's funny? This laptop, I've had it like 3 years and it's been good. But like I'm thinking it's like doing a 5-hour show twice a week for like 5 months. Like that's probably what's doing it. Imagine.
Your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Over at BetMGM, there's the World's Game $250,000 free to play game. It's time to pick them. Throughout the World's Game, you can predict what will happen each day for a chance to win bonus bets. Go for a share of $10,000 each day of the World's Game. For each day of the tournament, you can predict what will happen. If your total is the highest, you'll win a share of bonus bets. Here's how to do this in 3 easy steps. Enter the World's Game $250,000 Pick'em free-to-play game. Answer questions each day of the tournament to make predictions on what will happen. And if you get the most picks right that day, you'll win a share of the bonus bets. All right, guys, we're wrapping up the show here on Westwood One Sports. BetMGM Game Day, PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. As we always do to wrap up the show, we give our 3 stars of the show, of the day, the 3 best moments of the show. And we're going to kick things off with number 3, Devin Jackson, talking about the Bucks and Baker Mayfield.
3.
I don't think so. I think with Baker Mayfield, the offense just hasn't looked the same. Didn't look the same last year. And, how much of it, was on Baker, how much it was the offensive play calling. You lose Mike Evans this offseason. I don't know if you feel super confident about if you're in Tampa Bay situation, especially with Todd Bowles. He returned, but his future isn't solidified. So I think the Buccaneers probably don't get a deal done, or if they do, it'll be a short-term deal or a deal that they can get out of after 1 or 2 seasons. So I think with Tampa, they probably stay away from doing a long-term deal with Baker Mayfield, even though it's probably what he wants, just because of the uncertainty with the coaching staff moving forward. And the roster is kind of a mix of younger players and older players, and I'm not sure they're in that contending mode still. I think they're a borderline playoff team level, but contending, I'm not sure they're there, and I'm not sure that Baker's the quarterback to get them there.
Devin Jackson of the Philadelphia Inquirer. PJ, Baker Mayfield, contract extension. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. He's resurrected his career. He's been great with the Bucs the last couple of years. I kind of agree with Devin, though, Kate. I don't think Baker's going to end up getting a deal when it's all said and done.
Number 2, our 2-star of the day. Stephen Goff covers soccer for Yahoo Sports.
The U.S. was very impressive. I think this exceeded all expectations. This figured to be a very difficult match against Paraguay, which just doesn't allow many goals. Has pedigree in the sport, obviously. Paraguay was not very good, but that was because the U.S. seized the match right from the start. they scored early and put, Paraguay on their back feet. And, the U.S. they were stylish and they were fun and they were loose and they scored some great goals. Even the own goal was the result of, this incredible U.S. pressure. So, yeah, it was mostly because the U.S. was very good.
U.S. was very good. They won 4-1 in their opening game. Not too shabby, PJ. We're going to go straight to our number one star of the day.
One.
Like, Brunson just brought home a championship. Like, he won the title, and he was Michael Jordan in the closeout game. And Kate, I'll criticize myself a little bit. The one thing that I said about the Knicks and their offense on this run, when Thibodeau was the coach and then when Mike Brown took over was, and I always said, like, Brunson's a great player. It's not that he's not a great player, but he's not Kobe Bryant in the sense that I don't want Jalen Brunson hero ball at the ends of these huge games. Like, let's move the ball around. There's other great players on the team. And he really, I guess I was one of the doubters, and he told all of us to shove it, right? Because last night, he was the late, great Kobe Bryant. Like, last night, he was Michael Jordan. He got it done. 45 points in a closeout game. This isn't just, to be clear, this is not just all-time Knicks great stuff. This is all-time great stuff, period. To do that in the closeout game, on the road, and think about this, right? He's generously listed as 6'1" or 6'2". He's not 6'2", he's not 6'1". He got the crap kicked out of him this whole series. And these are great defenders on San Antonio with Castle and Harper and obviously maybe the best defensive player we've all seen in Victor Wembanyama lurking behind them. And he got it done in the final couple games of this series and 45 points to win it.
That is the one and only Nick Costos of You Better You Bet right here on Westwood One Sports, talking about the great Jalen Brunson taking home the title, helping New York win for the first time in 53 years. PJ, impressive stuff.
King of New York, Kate. That's what Jalen Brunson is. He was unbelievable the entire finals, and he was unbelievable last night for the Knicks. They scored 13 points in the first quarter. They had 35 at halftime. He was the guy that was just keeping them in it because he had 16 of their 35 first half points. And then down the stretch, late in the game, he was just going to will him to a victory. And he was unbelievable. He was Finals MVP. And, man, he's going to be a legend in New York forever.
45 of the team's 94 points. The rest of the team only had 49 points. Crazy stuff. That's going to do it for us here on BetMGM Game Day. For Max, Grant, Zach, and PJ Glasser, I am Kate Constable. Thanks so much for joining us. This has been BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.